You know what? I pushed the wrong button. So here we are. We're live. I missed my whole intro thing up, but it's okay. Welcome everybody to the stream. Let me turn this down because that's about to be real loud. There we go. Okay, cool. Messed up the intro, but here we are. I usually like to have the starting soon thing for people to get in here for when I start up. So when I say hi, everybody, there's an everybody to say hi to, but that's okay. We're just getting started this very second, and there goes my cool intro animation, but that's okay. Let me move my stuff around like I normally do. I guess I was a bit rushed to get this one started, but that's okay. That's live streaming for you, man. That's how live that you're live. Like literally, it's in the name. Well, all my stuff is working, so that's good. What's up? How's it going? Chozo Nimpo, what's going on, dude? Welcome in. You're coming in when there's like no... usually, I have a set animation I do for starting soon, and I pressed the wrong button on my mouse Stream Deck thing, and I cut off the intro, so that was me. That was me 100%. So... what you gonna do about it? You know, like, it's all good. What's going on, Steve, over on YouTube? How you doing? Exiled Wolf, what's up? Ads were running anyway. Perfect. Thank you, Dan Clancy. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. Appreciate that. Anyways, it's all good. Also, my mouse was dead. This Corsair Scimitar wireless is not wireless at the moment because it just cannot keep a charge, man. I only got this thing and installed IQ to have the Stream Deck thing. What the heck? So I got to deal with that. It is kind of nice, though, because I can just be like that, and I just don't take my hand off my mouse. There you go. John Paul Bacon, how's it going? Welcome. How's it going? Glad to have you here. So tonight, more PC matchmaking. It's still a broken industry. We'll do what we can. And between helping out people, if we do help anybody out, if anyone is like, I can afford a PC right now because the RAM industry has anything to say about it, they're like, no, you can't. Then, of course, in between helping people out, we'll be opening up some Pokemon packs because that's just fun. I picked up a few we went to Barnes & Noble, and I saw that they had some packs of Phantasmal Flames, which was really fun to open the other day, one on an earlier stream, and I ran out of those. So I just picked up a few of these. They were reasonably priced. They had them all there. They were like, you can get 5 if you want. I was like, I'll just get 3. So we'll do some more of that. Y'all have seemed to really be enjoying that. I know I am. What's up, Observer Thoughts? How's it going? Welcome. Got the stream going up on YouTube and on Twitch. Everything running right. All systems nominal. Okay. Chozo, what you been up to? What's going on, bud? How have you been since TwitchCon? I don't know if you've been in the stream before. You've been here before, right? Like, it's been a while, I think, but like, I actually hate when people say that. I'm sorry. You know what I mean. I don't mean it like, why don't you spend all the times why aren't you here every time I go live? That's not what I mean. I just mean, you've been through before, I believe. Hey, what's the worst way to say something? Says the brain. Let's say it that way. You know how it goes. TJ Sparks, what's up? Welcome. Oh man. So I've been trying to keep track, guys. I've been trying to keep track of this whole RAM situation and storage situation and potential GPU situation. And I don't think it'd be a surprise for me to tell you that it's not going well. There's a lot of nuance to it that I wasn't familiar with, that I didn't know about, that I recently researched and discovered. researched and discovered. Stuff other people who are more in the know have said in content and videos and stuff. In some ways, it's worse than what I said before. In some ways, it's a little better. So that's both bad and good, I guess. What's up, Braxton? Welcome. How you doing? Robert, welcome in. Oh, man. So let me see. What have I got left here? This is actually perfect because out of this box of Mega Dreams, I opened 3 on Sunday. And I have 2 left. That's perfect because I like to usually at least do, I like to have like 5. Like maximum what I want to open in a stream is 5. So that makes 5 with Phantasmal Flames, Mega Dreams, cool. And yeah, the person at Barnes & Noble was like, because I was looking at any of their box sets of different types, because there's all the elite trainer boxes and booster boxes and things like that, and they were all gone. That shelf was empty, and I was like, y'all got hit up for all your Pokemon stuff? Yeah, right? And she was like, yes, actually. And she was like, it's good though, because I had to quit Pokemon card collecting because I spent $5,000 in a month on it. And I was like, oh my God, I've never done that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not trying to do this like, oh yeah, let's get the hits. Let's make the money. I'm like, this is fun. Look at this artwork. It's really cool. Maybe I'll pick up the TCG at some point. And we do it as a fun thing on the stream. Just a couple packs 3 times a week. It's really not that much compared to the people who do this for content or do it as a collector or whatever. So I do have to be careful about this. The siren song of ripping packs is strong, I'll tell you. Jolin, what's up? Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the form here. We'll see if anyone has filled it out. It really is like you guys who are regulars here, y'all witness this and you can vouch, right? There's times when I don't have enough time in a stream to help everybody that signs up with the form. And there's times when we're just chilling. Like everyone who's here is just here to hang out. Now, I enjoy that. I enjoy just chilling out on stream. It's just that I do have a purpose to why I do this. It's to help people. Like there's an overarching purpose. It's not the only reason I stream. The other thing is, of course, I like hanging out with y'all. And because just doing YouTube as a content creator, it's full time. It becomes a lonely job very quickly. I don't have an office I go to. I don't have coworkers I hang out with. I don't have any of that as part of my work experience. I used to. I miss that kind of thing, that aspect of it. But yeah. Angel says, "What about collecting Magic the Gathering?" No, I'm good. I'll tell you, Angel, the reason I got into this. I know Magic is not. I've played Magic before. In fact, I did this thing where at a convention I got a starter deck. I even competed in a little tournament, which it was just starter decks only. Really smart thing by the card shop that was running that, where it's like you can only compete with a starter deck you buy here, which is like to keep people from bringing in really rare cards and sweeping. But it was a great way to sell a bunch of starter decks. And I got second in that. It's not that hard a game to understand. But I've heard many times that one of the easiest games to TCGs to get into is Pokemon TCG. Yet it's very difficult to master. So I'm like, I'm going to try that. Plus, I've been watching content on it. Deep Pocket Monster, Purple Cliff, stuff like that. It's fun. So, and the other thing is, I don't know. I really like Pokemon. I've played the video games for a while. Magic the Gathering, are there video games for MTG? Like Pokemon has the TCG, the anime, and the video games. Magic the Gathering has the Magic the Gathering. There's books. I know that, right? I might not know that. I might think I know that when it's not a thing that should be known because it's not true. I don't know. I think there's books. If there isn't, they're really missing out. Like, that would be perfect for, I think, a lot of their fan base. Yeah, Magic the Gathering Arena is on all platforms at this point, I think. Okay. See, an arena game, Warm Eagle, that's cool. Pokemon games have, like, an adventure you go on in a storyline. I'm not looking for just a way to do the TCG, but alone in a room. Like, if I'm going to play a TCG, I want to be across the table from somebody. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's really hype because, like, you can have visual effects and things like that. But it's a card game. It's a trading card game, right? That you play those with people. I mean, of course, you play Arena with people, I'm sure. And you can play with people all over the world. There's benefits to both, right? But to my mind, there's some local, like, game shops here where I would want to be able to just go, put down a deck, and, like, you just play with some people. Or maybe when I'm traveling, going to different things. When I go to PAX or something, maybe I could take a break by finding, you know, where they've got people playing and just drop in and play some, you know, whatever. It'd be fun. Almost got a Magic the Gathering show on Netflix. I would say y'all dodged a bullet by that not happening, Angel, because Netflix is very hit or miss, emphasis on the miss. Like, you can't look at, like, the 3 really good shows that adaptations that they've done and be like, that's all of them, because it's not. Yeah, Arena's basically Magic without trading. Yeah. I found out Gundam's got a new TCG today and had to stop myself. Exiled Wolf, I salute you. When there's something like this for a property that you already know and love, yeah, that's some self-restraint right there. I applaud you. Let me get these out of these, whatever these are called. Hangers, whatever they're called. Now we got Sonic the Hedgehog and TMNT crossover. I will say this. Magic the Gathering has been doing a fantastic job with the crossovers. Yeah, I've been tracking some of that. The Final Fantasy one looked great, but yeah, it sounded expensive. Ooh, that feels weighty. Yo. All right. Only 2 packs left of the Japanese only Mega Dreams booster box that I got. Oh, 10 packs of these. That has been the most hits I've gotten from any packs. It's been crazy. The last one we did on Sunday, 4 hits. Well, 2 hits and two just regular hollows. That was crazy. So 4 like non-basic cards. It was awesome. This is really not the way to buy packs, by the way. You don't want to really do it like this. I was just there. I was there at Barnes & Noble. I was like, sure, I'll grab these. For all I know, they got someone there with a metal detector on these. Like, okay, put these on the shelf. We'll sell these on eBay. These heavy packs, or I will open them, or whatever. But no, these feel plenty weighty. Actually heavier than the Mega Dreams. As if I can tell a difference between like 0.2 grams. Anyway, so that's what we've got for tonight. If we help some people out. 5 packs right there. I mean, I have more, but I want to get through these. What's up, Alucard? How's it going? But easily a bit cheaper. Right, Arena. Yeah, any digital game is going to be cheaper than... Although I will say this, Alucard, it's kind of like a mega gacha game when it comes... If you can rip packs on it, like you can in some Pokemon games, or like in that one Pokemon mobile game, it can be easy to not feel yourself spending the money. But yeah. Do we need to get a scale? I have a food scale in the kitchen. But nah, I'm not going to mess with that. But yeah, Final Fantasy top selling at Magic the Gathering of all time. Absolutely. I mean, the Venn diagram between Magic the Gathering fans and Final Fantasy fans is basically a circle. Ernesto, what's going on? Welcome. over on YouTube. Speaking of Cross, anyone excited for season 2 of Fallout later tonight? Angel, that's cool. Enjoy that. I did not watch the first season. It's on my list. I just don't watch a lot of live action stuff anymore. Yeah. Z-Matscar, what's up? Good evening to you as well. Angel said Lord of the Rings probably sold more packs than Final Fantasy. Well, Alucard, you've been refuted. I mean, I do spend some money on Arena, but nowhere near the same I did for physical cards. Yeah, that tracks. You will spend some money on it. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at the list, see what we got going on. And also turn on audio ducking because that was off. Let's see if anyone's filled out the form since Sunday. Nope. I mean, here's the thing. Once you get through Black Friday, a lot of people have bought their PC. And when you get there's some people who are going to be coming in like, hey, I want to get some stuff for Christmas. Like I'm going to get a new GPU or some upgrades, or I want to get a PC for Christmas. You'll get some of that. But as you get closer to Christmas, you get less because people are like, well, it won't come in time now. So I don't know. Lord of the Ring did sell a bit, but Final Fantasy really made a much larger impact. Alucard, I have to wonder, I wonder what effect it had on that collab for Lord of the Rings, that there was just one ring. One ring. I mean, it totally makes sense, but man, I lost my 18-month streak. Oh, that'll happen. Yeah, that happens. It's okay. New Street Fighter live action trailer dropped. Teaser, not trailer. I'll have to check that out. It's arguable whether or not I mean, I watched, of course, the original Street Fighter movie, and it's arguable whether or not it ever, it was bad, but did it ever circle around to being so bad it's good? I felt like it did. I'm not going to rewatch it. I want to leave that be. I have a positive memory of it and how ridiculous it was, and I'm letting that stay. That's how I feel about that. I'm not changing that. If I rewatch it, I feel like I might, is what I'm getting at here. The One Ring is nice and all, but once the card was found, interest really slowed down. Of course. I agree with that, lol. Couldn't find any Final Fantasy products in stores because of the scalpers. Yep. So from what I understand, there's a reason that Pokemon cards, you'll see prices go up, down, whatever. But overall, prices came down, including prices on individual cards and stuff. The Pokemon Company apparently ramped up production, it seems, to fight scalpers. And also, why not get that money? There's obviously a lot of demand for the product. So scalpers would go and buy up a pallet or something, and then another one would show up the next day, and then the shelves got filled, and they're just like, anyone want to buy this for MSRP, I guess? The more they do that, every time a scalper tries to scalp something and ends up holding the bag that they deserve to be holding, losing out on that money and making zero profit, they will move on to other stuff. Most scalpers do not care about the actual thing they are scalping. Can you imagine a real Pokemon fan who also scalps Pokemon card box, like Pokemon ETBs and those things? If you're a real fan of something, you want to share that fandom. You want everyone to enjoy it. You don't want to just like hoard it all to yourself and then make a bunch of money profit off of your fellow fans. Like that's, yeah, you can't be a scalper of something and also be a true fan of that thing. That's my opinion. But I imagine if I articulate that to you guys, you might agree with me. So no one's going to be happy there. Like, man, I have like anyone who's like a fan who was like considering scalping will be like, well, now I got all these 15 boxes. I'm just going to rip packs. It's going to be great, I guess. But yeah, apparently supply has been better. So scalping Pokemon cards has become less of a thing. It's still a thing. It is still a thing. But I believe they've been producing more with each new set to fight that. As they should release more product. A card game shouldn't be expensive. Right. The side effect, of course, is that there was a crash in like chase card prices, values, market values, which like that's fine. I feel like people shouldn't be doing this. Like if you want to do it for fun and profit, sure, but don't forget about the first part, the fun. If you're ripping Pokemon packs or any TCG packs for profit, you are gambling. That's what I'm doing here. I'm building a collection. My intention is to collect the entire national Pokédex, all 1,025 Pokemon. I want a big binder or two binders like Volume 1, Volume 2 with just all the Pokemon in it. And that would make me really happy. And I want to put together a couple of decks that I can compete with. I actually realized that because I'm missing a lot of the original 151. So I think I need to go out of my way at some point. And when in my travels, because I'm going to be heading up to like Vegas for CES. So I know there's some really nice card shops there with a lot of stock and stuff like that. So you see people go to those shops to get better prices on things like ultra premium boxes and ETBs and stuff. I need some Pokemon 151. That is very expensive stuff, though. If I just get lazy and just buy it off the internet, I will pay 4 times the original price, and I'm not doing that. That's the market value, right? No, I'm not trying to do that. So basically, I need to go do some Pokemon 151, the Scarlet and Violet 151. It was a set that came out for Scarlet and Violet, like a special set that focused on the original 151 Pokemon, and not including the name not found or file not found one. That's 152, right? That would be funny if Pokemon put their glitch into the TCG. That'd be great. So with that, yeah. If I'm able to do like 1 ETB of that, it's gonna help so much with filling up the Pokédex. The one from the 90s was fine. The cast was funny. The new one should be interesting. I need to take a look at that teaser. Bone Shock, thank you for the lurk, my friend. Appreciate that. I mean, buying singles can help, but buying the packs can be fine. Yeah, the thing is, Alucard, when it comes to just doing a national Pokédex, rarity is not a concern. I don't care if it's just like... It doesn't have to be a holo. If it's just a regular card... Cool, I have Mimikyu. There, done. That's now as I go along, if I happen to pull a rarer version of, say, Mimikyu or another Pokemon, I will replace that in the Pokédex. I'll do that. I'm trying to do the full Pokédex, and I might double up on legendaries because I just want a binder with all the legendaries. Because that's just cool. It's just one of my favorite things about Pokemon. Of course, who doesn't like the legendary Pokemon if you like Pokemon, right? What's up, DJ? How's it going? When them English cards coming in? Well, those are launching, I think, on January 30th. If you're talking about Mega Dream, which I just have 2 left. I just have 2 packs left from that box of 10. And I picked up some. This was, so far from what I've opened, other than Mega Dreams, which if it was in English, I would probably like it even more because I blank on the names sometimes. Like, I don't know every Pokemon. That part of me wanting to do the national decks is to learn, like, the names, like, really learn the Pokédex, know all the Pokemon, all that. But aside from Mega Dreams, which has just been hit after hit, Phantasmal Flames has been some of the most fun. So I picked up 3 packs today for a really decent price, like what a pack should cost if it's something like this. And so I've got these 5 for today. I mean, I have more waiting in the wings here, mostly Mega Evolutions, that set. But yeah, Mega Dreams should be, the English translation should be coming out in January, late January. I have 1 Pokemon card. That's it, because I like the card. The Van Gogh Pikachu card in a PSA 9. Oh, that card is sick. It's really unfortunate what happened around that. I mean, the Van Gogh Museum did not know what they were getting into. They did not know. But that's a sick card to have. That's just a really, really good one. You chose a good one. If you win the Pokemon, the nerds will love you. Maybe. MK Loomis, what's up? Welcome. Oh, sweet. I didn't know that. News to me. That's cool. And hey, at least look at it this way. You got all the different versions of Spideymon. Ugh. I don't need any more Spidops Hollows. I'm good. I have 3 now. I only know Gen 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, there are people that, like, their favorite is Gen 5. Or, like, I started playing the games. I had played a couple of the earlier games in emulators before, but I was never really a handheld Nintendo gamer, other than the original Game Boy, and I never got into Pokemon. So I didn't get into Pokemon as a kid, other than I would watch the anime sometimes. I thought it was great, actually. I never like equated it to, oh, now I want to play the game, which is one of the points of the anime, is to get people to want to play the game and buy the cards. And maybe playing the game makes you want to watch the anime, and it's just a cyclical thing that they have going on. But once Gen 8 came around, well, I had a Switch, which is technically a handheld and a regular console, and Sword and Shield came out, and I was like, yo, this is really fun. This is really good. So I'm very fond of Gen 8 and Gen 9. But now, you know, I'm wanting to go back, and the reason I'm wanting to go back to some of the older titles is to do Nuzlocks and stuff. I want to really try that out. I've been watching tons of that content for like a long time now, since it became a thing. And yeah. There might be more. I don't want any more spiders. I'm good. Did you check out the JJK recap movie? I did not. Right now, we are watching Gachiakuta, which is fantastic. We're pretty much caught up on that. I think we have 1 episode we need to watch right now. Playing the original 1G Pokemon game in person was super fun. Oh, first gen. Yeah. Okay, so real quick, anybody who is here, I think looking at the numbers, I think mostly it's just the regulars here right now. What's up, guys? Thank you for being here. But if anyone is lurking because they're waiting for their turn to get some help, I don't know that. You got to let me know that you filled out the form and you're waiting for help. Now, if you are lurking because you don't know how to get help, well, be sure that you read those pop-ups in chat on Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, where Stream Elements comes in and very helpfully says, want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs, fill out this form. And then at the end of that paragraph, it has a form, a link. Click that, fill out the form. On YouTube, check the description. It's the very first thing at the very top of the description. Click that link, fill out that form, and you will get free one-on-one help finding the right PC pre-built or parts list for your DIY build for your budget and needs. So pre-built, DIY, doesn't matter. I'll help you out. Anton, what's up? Thank you for that helpful tip for other YouTube viewers. Saying 16 in chat, only 10 likes. Like the stream. It does help bring in more people if the YouTube sees it. Whoever is here, like I see, I have to wonder this. I turned on auto ads on YouTube, and there were some of y'all who were like, no, turn them on so that more people can see the stream. Because as it turns out, if you don't have ads, YouTube isn't too interested in showing other people, getting people to come watch your stream rather than watching other streams and videos that do have ads. Go figure. I have it set to minimal ads though. So on YouTube, if you're watching YouTube, you're not going to see ads that frequently. I still wonder if that reflects it as well. But I have to wonder if YouTube looks at the number of people who are in here and says, oh, there's 100 people, let's get more people in here. Or if they look at the number that's in here versus the number of likes and the amount of people chatting and things like that. I'm not giving you more work to do. I'm just saying I wonder if that ratio plays into it. Because if you have 100 people in a stream, no one's liking it, no one's chatting. Is that something that you want to promote, right? If you have 15 or 20 people in the stream, the chats are coming in regularly and people, like most of the people who are there hit like. I feel like the algorithm would be like, well, let's get more, let's recommend this to more people and see if it does, if they like it too. Tito, what's up? Tito 1x1, I guess. Holy crap, just finished building my friend's PC. Okay, it's a beast. 580 gets you a lot of GPUs. Seeing how this PC runs makes me want to sell my 6900 XT. Yeah, 9070 XT is, I mean, AMD was cooking with that thing. It just makes me wish they had a 9080 XT out for 4K gaming, 1440p though is the sweet spot. That's where most people should be if you're just gaming. Like you get 4K if you also want to edit 4K video or something, and it helps to have your main monitor also be like a reference monitor because you can actually see the 4K footage in its full resolution. 4K gaming is, it's not necessary to really enjoy yourself, and you can get way higher frame rates without trying to push that resolution that far. So 9070 XT, really nice GPU. I have one here, and I was thinking, because I was talking to someone, basically one of the AMD people I met, who I got to hang out with quite a bit. And he was talking about, like, you got to come up again, man. Maybe we'll do a LAN on a weekend or something. And I was like, oh, that sounds awesome. But I need a LAN system. The one that I built before that I had like as a travel PC in the NR200P, that I don't know if y'all remember that build. I had to take that. I thought I was going to not need this PC right here that became my streaming PC. That's where I got the 9800X3D from for that little machine. So I would need to build another one. Here's my conundrum. I have a 7900 XTX and I have a 9070 XT that are available, not being used in a machine. Which one do I put in there? I would say probably 9070 XT. I think the power draw is lower than the 7900 XTX, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Heat output will probably be better, like a little bit less. I think that's probably the route I should go. It's just that 7900 XTX is very low profile because it's basically the Avatar, Way of Water, whatever reference card that I used in the how to set up your new gaming, that one that AMD sent me. So it's a reference card. That's why it doesn't, like, it gets pretty hot because they used a pretty small cooling solution on the reference cards. So that's really good for a small form factor build. If it has access to fresh air, Braylon, I changed my name. I was previously Dirty Butt. You were previously Dirty Butt? Tito, congratulations on cleaning your butt, I guess. Yeah, then I was ABXX. Okay, got it. Abe XX. Okay. Getting an OLED monitor for the first time. Don't care if it's 1440. Urkzilla, that's awesome, actually. That's kind of, for gaming, you'll probably not find a better monitor if you're focused on gaming. For sure, like 100%. Newer gen for the win. I mean, maybe, yeah. It depends. I actually have the card right here. I should open it up and see basically how large it is. It's an XFX Pro Gaming. What is it? What is it? Swift. Sky the Cow RG3985. Oh, Sky the Cow RG3, right? From Twitch. Over here on YouTube now. What's up? Look at you jumping back and forth. That's awesome. I imagine it's the same. I mean, and 2 days ago, there was someone in here named Sky the Cow on Twitch. Now there's someone here named Sky the Cow on YouTube. I'm figuring that's not a coincidence. If it is, wow. What a coincidence. I was actually thinking after that stream about how I was during your session, by the way. And I realized, like, most people who are here often or who've been here a while understand that when I get mad, it's usually at companies, not at you guys. So if you're newer here and you gave me your parts list and I start ranting about the motherboard you chose, I'm not ranting about your choice. I'm ranting about that company that made it and why they made those decisions they made. So I want to make sure you understand, like, it was more on your behalf, not aimed at you, but rather on your behalf. Because, like, why should a gorgeous motherboard like that be like that? Man, that bothers me so much. I get, well, you heard how I get. Musical streams, chairs. Yeah. Sky, I appreciate that. Thank you. Tito, what's up? You know what was funny, Bray? The Crucial RAM I bought wasn't on the QVL list for the Gigabyte motherboard I bought, and I was scared that the PC wouldn't boot on first startup, but it worked out. Okay, good. Yeah, keep an eye on that. Make sure, you know, it never hurts to just keep an eye on it. Make sure that you're, you might want to run memtest. It's boring, but it's very thorough. Just to make sure everything is on the up and up. Do that, and then you don't really have to do it again, really. You just, like, you can then move forward with full confidence. And yes, Crucial may be exiting the RAM and storage business on the consumer side. Well, Crucial is the consumer side, so Crucial may be shutting down, but their support and warranties will carry through. I did pretty much get confirmation that Micron is still going to be supplying your G-Skill and other brands when it comes to memory chips and NAND. It's just those brands are going to have to pay more. So that's why they're charging more. And supply will be limited. But that means basically you're losing Crucial. That's it. You're not losing, like, you're not going to see G-Skill suddenly have to be going up to Samsung or SK Hynix being like, "Excuse me, I need some." So, okay, there is one thing we got to talk about. Oh yeah, Rurutu, they're going to be in business until February. It's not just that they'll still have inventory, because even after they shut down, they're supposed to maintain some level of inventory to manage RMAs that they'll still have to honor. We'll see how that goes, honestly. It's not like they'll have a reputation to maintain at that point. Oh, we have to keep our RMAs good so we can get new customers. Oh, wait a second. We don't have to worry about that at all. So there was a new news story that was leaked. Samsung, like when we talked about the big three becoming the big two, and what would happen if one of those brands exited, just like the consumer space, just like Crucial is, as in Micron is, by shutting down Crucial. I had the worst jump scare when I read about this, but it's not what it sounds like. This is actually very normal and something that is part of the cycle of new technologies versus older technologies. Samsung, I believe in 2026, it's been basically leaked and somewhat confirmed, not by Samsung directly, but that Samsung is going to stop producing SATA SSDs. SATA SSDs. Okay? Like, that's fine. It's actually probably long overdue. Like if you go and look, you'll see that on the if you look at the top sellers for storage, Samsung SATA SSDs are still like number 3 for specific size, specific capacity, specific drive. If those weren't available, that'd just be replaced with an M.2. One of the reasons you see those is those are used in certain devices. And like, for instance, right up there, I have a Atomos Ninja. It's basically a screen, a monitor for your camera that also records. And it can record to SATA SSDs. They need to be formatted a certain way. But you could basically get a little enclosure for it to where you could convert a Samsung Evo SSD to slide right into this thing, and it would be perfect. And you could basically have a 1, 2, 4 terabyte drive for your footage, which means you just like have a ton of space for it. There are still niche uses for SATA drives, but that is still NAND flash memory that is limited by the SATA 3 connector. That would be much better off on M.2 drives, which cost less to produce. Look at a SATA SSD. It has an enclosure. It has screws in it. It has labeling. It has all, of course, you have that on M.2. M.2 drives are a PCB with chips on it. That goes directly into a device. It's so much simpler. They put a sticker on it. A thermal sticker, yes, but a sticker. Sometimes you get it with a heat sink. It is so much cheaper to produce M.2 drives. There is more profit margin in them. So this is long overdue. Jord, what's up? Says, needless to say, you're a passionate man when it comes to PC parts for builds, especially if you're looking to stream. Lol, Braithorn, good evening. Yes, absolutely. I think that among the things that you can do with a PC, Jord, one of the most technically ambitious is streaming. Because you are setting up you're not just doing something like, oh, I'm going to pick up a hobby, video editing. Maybe I'll pick it up professionally down the line. I want to get Blender. It's free. I'm going to learn 3D design. I think everybody should try that. It's really kind of fun. I just never got used to the control scheme, honestly. I wasn't too comfortable with it. It's a weird control scheme for manipulating 3D objects, but people who've been doing it for years are like, what are you talking about? Well, you've been doing it for years. I tried it for like a month and I was like, this ain't for me. Anyways, people who want to do those things where it's all software based, cool, go for it. Do that. Streaming, you are having to set up broadcasting. You have to set up audio. You have to set up video. You have to set up overlays. You have to set up... Streaming is one of the most complicated things you can do with a PC. And it is the number one reason, other than gaming, you guys have told me you're getting PCs. Gaming is number one, obviously. It's like 95% of you guys. There's some of y'all that get PCs that are not for gaming, but for other purposes. 5% of you, something like that. Streaming is at like 45, 50%. That's crazy. And it's one of the hardest things to just pick up and start doing in terms of, and I'm not saying not hardest, just most technically complicated. That doesn't really indicate difficulty because there are so many tools out there to help you. It's not inherently difficult. It's just more technical because you have to do non-PC things to get that going and get this camera here going. Or if you're going to have two cameras, I got to get good lighting. I have to get good soft. Okay, cool. All right. I need an extra monitor so I can have chat there, have my game here. Oh man, OBS, where's that going to go? Here, third monitor. And then it's like, do you do OBS and just learn OBS? OBS is open source. It's just like you do whatever the hell you want with it. Like you have to start from scratch. It's not easy. But then there's stuff like Meld or just different platforms you can use. What is it? Stream. What is it? I haven't used it in so long. I stopped using it when I found out they were stealing stuff from other companies. Streamlabs. They suck. But the good thing about Streamlabs, if there is anything good about them, is that they kind of do some stuff for you. But then you can just get the same things from Stream Elements and put a URL in your stream and boom, I've got y'all right there on screen. Whereas it used to be if you want to be a streamer, SM7B, audio interface, cloud lifter. Just get yourself an AM8 from Fifine, and you'll have kind of a similar sound, more of a similar sound if you just do some post-processing. Really in your streamings, which you can just watch one video. Okay, that's a compressor. Okay, cool. That's a noise gate. All right, I learned how to do that. And it's just like that. It's an afternoon, and you saved yourself literally hundreds of dollars. Now, with my audio setup, I can pretty much plug in any XLR microphone and have it sound good. That's going to be different if you go just with USB microphones. But a lot of them come with very intuitive software. I don't know. When I say I don't want anyone to look at streaming on Twitch or wherever you're going to stream, not Kick, I hope. Things are just getting worse over there from what I've seen. No hate to Kick streamers that aren't the ones that I'm referring to, by the way. When I say how bad it's getting over there, I'm not talking about every Kick streamer. I know some very cool people that are actually streaming on Kick. And that's nothing against them. That where they found more success over there. That's cool. Good for them. Anyways, what was I saying? Basically what I'm saying is, you know, if you're wanting to get a PC so that you can stream, don't let me like have you lose your enthusiasm for that. Absolutely do it. You're watching a couple videos, you're there. You'll figure out how to do all of it. Chris, what's going on? Welcome. So I seen a vid with a guy from Sapphire AMD or whatever, and he talked about how it'll probably be like 6 months, but then it'll start going back down and become better. And he was older. He said he'd been doing PC gaming design for over 47 years. It's always been like that. He said we need to calm down and not chicken little it so much. Well, DJ, the thing is, we actually know that OpenAI contracted apparently 40% of the world's supply of DRAM for the next couple of years. What I'm saying is this, and I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Moore's Law is dead, and they had what's his name on there, and that's good. I'm glad to hear that there's some kind of silver lining. There's one thing that guy missed. These companies are about to find out how much we're willing to pay for RAM, the exact same way NVIDIA found out just how much we're willing to pay for their GPUs in 2020 and 2021. Okay? Literally, Jensen, before going on stage to announce the 3080 Ti, upped the price $200 because he didn't want scalpers getting all of that money. Because really, $700 for a 3080, $1,200 for a 3080 Ti, just like that. Oh, okay, all right, sure. It was supposed to be $999, and now the prices just are creeping up. Except for okay. Let me back up, because if you look at the 80 class card, it went from $1,200 and nobody bought it for the 4080 down to $999. We didn't complain then. Other than the fact that you couldn't buy them, there wasn't enough supply at the beginning, the first half of 2025. Once the prices got to that MSRP, no one has complained about the price of the 5080. Not one soul. Whatever happened to the 3080 $700 price tag? Well, they know that we're willing to pay more. And with RAM, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. That's one thing that guy forgot. Is that companies are legal? They are obligated to be greedy. They are obligated to that if they're publicly traded, because that greed funds pays off their shareholders, whom they are beholden to make them money. Once they see how much we're willing to pay for RAM, we will never see the same prices we saw on RAM before. Motherboards, same thing. $120 used to get you a pretty solid motherboard. A la carte, you can vouch. Not no more. Now a solid motherboard is twice that price. More or less. It's been creeping back down very slowly with us complaining and not buying their insanely expensive motherboards. And then you spend Over $500,000 on a motherboard, and everything you do, if you look at it wrong, it bifurcates your GPU. Insanity, man. Insanity. Zero care being thrown into some of these block diagrams. I'm telling you that we've been voting with our wallets, and it's working, I think. Except that in this generation, we see crap motherboards that cost way more than they should. Like, you know, absolute piss poor design. Pardon my French. You can say that word on network television, okay? So it's not that bad. I have no mouth and I must stream. Chris, I hope I said hi earlier. Hi, Chris. What's up? Christopher Crawford is who I'm talking to. DJ, now I hear you there, Bray. I'm not disagreeing at all, but hearing him say that brought some kind of hope back. And that's good. Hold on to that. Because what he's talking about is what he... Oh, I'm finished. But yeah, people paying $800 for just 64 gigs of RAM. Hope he's right at least a little. What he's talking about, if he's saying the prices are going to come down a little, he's saying that $800 kit could come down to $600. That's a 25% price decrease. That's more than just a little. But it being back at the $350 it used to be, or the $300 it used to be, or whatever, or actually, if it's an $800 kit, probably a $220 64 gig kit, up to $800. That's where they've gone. Seeing those prices, I don't know that we'll ever see them again. And I'm not trying to be alarmist. We've seen them do this with GPUs and motherboards and CPUs too, actually. You know, yeah. Yeah, very technical audio, especially, is always a pain, especially using two PC setups with another kettle of fit. Yeah. I personally prefer having an Xbox 360 controller as my microphone. You could not have better quality audio. Natty, sure, probably. Ruchi says, not DRAM, just the wafer to make the DRAM. Why Samsung and SK Hynix sell that to them. I remember they didn't announce MSRP for 3090 till it sold for $2,000. Oh, 3090 Ti. It sold for $2,000 plus. And then a few months later, they dropped the price of 3090 Ti down to $1,000 when they announced the 4000 series. Yep. Oh, yeah. We need to bring back throwing Rotten Tomatoes at people on stage and force CEOs to do these presentations. It would ground them really well. Well, the problem is the CEO of NVIDIA is now one of the richest people in the world. That's not going to happen. Like, they're not going to allow any fresh or not so fresh produce into their keynote. They control who goes to their keynotes. The most, like, the most highly valuated company in the world, yeah, that's not going to be allowed. Like, we cannot reach them in order to criticize them or beg them for mercy. We cannot, our voices cannot reach high enough. Our wallets can, but that requires some unity. I can vouch that. Thank you, Elcard. I grew up in the 90s, and PC prices post 2015 have gotten way cheap. Right, but then they rocketed back up. Yeah, motherboards with bad bifurcation just irk me big time. Oh, yeah. Gen 10 is more dollars than cents. Yeah. Well, no, Alucard, the thing is, he has enough cents to make more dollars, and that seems to be the primary concern. Well, I worked myself up into a tizzy, that's for sure. That's first rant of the evening. Hope you all enjoyed it. Speak on it. Thank you, Chris. I did, I think. They'll see that and try to keep the prices up. But after so long, it'll return, especially seeing how the motherboard and case companies seen 50% decrease in sales from last year. So I hope it equalizes in the end. My hope is that, because apparently, and I didn't get to ask about this because I didn't hear about it until I was back. And the people who I have contact with anyway at AMD now, they're not on the pricing side of things. But apparently AMD announced they're going to raise the price of their CPUs. Why? What does it have to do with it? There could be a number of reasons, yes. But like usually things like this are forecast. Like people are like warning, hey, this is probably coming. Nothing. Nobody predicted that consumer desktop CPUs would go up in price for some freaking reason. All right, XL Wolf, I will do that. I will hydrate. I've got my tea over there, but this is just basic hydration. So yeah, we're gonna see one thing I talked about in the video I recorded on Sunday that Onward it does have a hold of it is editing down to make to publish, so I can publish it. One thing I mentioned is that we're gonna have to sort of lower our standards when it comes to RAM. We're gonna have to do that. That's just as in if you're just gaming 1080p, maybe 1440p, you might have to try to get by with 16 gigs of RAM for now. Meaning you're going to have to run your system lean and clean. Like maybe lower settings if that has any effect on your system memory. And only if you're like gaming and streaming do you need to try and get 32 gigs. We might need to lose our 10 nanosecond first word latency for AMD Ryzen CPUs, 7000 and 9000 series. We might have to lose that and lose a little bit of performance. That optimization might go right out the window. But you'll have a working PC with RAM in it. One of the reasons I was adamant in that video that I recorded in front of y'all that this is different from the GPU shortage is because you can build a PC without a GPU. And many businesses buy PCs without GPUs. They cannot do it without RAM. So here we are. I paid $180 for 16 gig RAM kit when I built my. Okay, all right. The CPU only cost $230 at the time. RAM price is about the $11 a gig when I bought the 16 gig kit back then. Times they are changing. I mean, it's like the thing is, we've paid high prices for DDR5 before. Look at the beginning of AM5 when DDR5 had just launched. It was very expensive. So it's not like they don't know people would be willing to pay it. And here we are, right? But they brought those prices down once it became cheaper to produce. That was just the early adopter tax. Now that it's been around for a while and people are now paying more than early adopter pricing, they're like, whoa, we've been losing out. We're fools. We haven't been charging 4 times the base amount like we should have. So we'll see how that goes. Making a pretty solid guess that there was a board of investors involved in that decided, well, they're raising the prices of RAM and GPU. Why don't we raise the prices of our CPU so we get more money too? Natty, what most are speculating is that AMD sees that they're going to be losing money on the GPU side because they're not going to be able to get VRAM. So that's fewer units produced, lower volume there, and fewer sales on that side. So they may be trying to make that up in the profit margin on the Ryzen side, where they're losing out on the Radeon side. That's probably now triple the price by now. Oh, yeah. Learn to tune graphics settings. 100%. And you know what? How about this is another thing that I mentioned in the video. Game devs, come on, man. For those notoriously bad memory leaky games, do your job. Optimize your freaking game. Compress some textures. Do something. Storage and RAM are the two things that they just go about bloating up willy-nilly. And we can't afford that anymore. And people are going to have to stop buying their games. Like, that's the only way we would get them to listen. Look at Helldivers 2. Tell me it's not possible. And don't use Chrome or many apps if you plan to game and stream or something. Or use Chrome, but go on the memory saver setting. I'll say about it because I had a bad computer, but ever since this whole ultra graphics thing started, I found it incredibly stupid. Like, do you really need the newest game and the most realistic graphics for you to be immersed? I'll show you Morrowind. You're going to have to have a stroke. Okay, so here, Natty, this is for you then. This is what I've been saying for years. You can click that. We'll be here. But back at DDR5's launch, DDR4 was still cheaper and prominent. Yes, true. And you had a platform that could do both with 12th gen, then 13th and 14th gen, yeah. Yes, as Rutu said. I saw ASRock was releasing a motherboard with DDR4 and DDR5 slots for 12th gen Intel. I thought it was funny. Yeah. It's not just funny. It's smart. Rant bingo box check. There you go. They'll almost have to come back down, says DJ, because the other companies won't survive seeing how we're forced to spend so much more now. Way less demand. Well, the problem is this is going to push people away from PCs. But that's if they can get their hands on a console. Consoles need RAM too, and VRAM. Poor RGB might even lose a bit from RAM being Corvette prices. The game devs also got to take notes from Helldivers with the storage meta. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Look at Helldivers too. So yeah, this is the list right now. It's the same as it was on Sunday. I'm not surprised to see a lull in people looking for help between Black Friday and Christmas. Some people are going to be getting Christmas money and wanting to buy a PC. Some people are going to come in scrambling last minute. Where can I get a PC in 2 days? And I'm going to have to be like, you should have been here last week. Good job. But that's how that goes. 1 moment, excuse me. These are trends that we see every year. It's no big deal. PC is once in a 4-6 year purchase. It isn't groceries with its weekly price gouging. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, the 4 to 6 year thing, Rurutu, there's some people who want to they want to either get a new PC every couple of years, that they have the money to do that. Good for them, I guess. Especially if they sell the previous one for a good used price. But there's also people who they're like all in when it comes to upgrading too. Honestly, I've been rocking 16 gigs of DDR3. It's really not that bad. Going to be completely real. Outside from a few specific circumstances where I ran like 50 plus tabs open along with a big game like Fortnite or huge Minecraft mod pack, I never felt the need for more RAM. It really depends, Natty. What operating system are you running? Zelmob, the long game. AI centers will provide cloud-based computing for a monthly fee so they can take the RAM today and sell us cloud AI server gaming tomorrow. Yep, Zelmob, that's been the idea. That's been sort of the thought process for this, is that you will own nothing and be happy. Windows 10, there you go. 64-bit. Yeah, 64-bit. But yeah, Windows 10 is a lot lighter on RAM usage than Windows 11. So, if every game can work the same as Helldivers did, that would help a good deal. Yeah, I mean, Call of Duty is used to a fan base that will put up with anything from them, other than a bad, like, an update they don't want, I guess. Not an update, but a version. Like, from what I hear, the campaign mode now for this Call of Duty is garbo and weird and off-brand for them. But as long as the multiplayer is good, that fan base seemingly will put up with a lot. Like, I don't know how they hit gold like that, but people will buy that game every year. What's different, though? Movement's a little different. Cool. That could have been an update for the previous game. For a seller like me, it's going to be much harder to supply PCs for buyers users. I already got a few colleagues from work that want my PCs thanks to Christmas party last night. That's cool. I mean, the first part of what you said isn't cool. The last part is. NVIDIA might make fewer consumer GPUs and try to sell people on GeForce Now. That's not a guess. That's absolutely. Things like GeForce Now, Shadow PC, all that stuff. I'm going to be making videos talking about this. Not that I'm going to be happy to do it, but it needs to be said. Get yourself a Chromebook and GeForce Now, and there you go. But the major OEMs are already telling their partners, we don't know what our laptops are going to cost next year. We have no idea. I already felt like laptop prices were out of control. And oh boy, I had no idea. We're going to see. Yeah, I'm a bit behind on live with the chat, but yeah, what you said. Amen, brother. We nerds appreciate it all. Just try hitting refresh. That should get you caught up. Got any affordable options for a desk? Yeah, FlexiSpot E7 Pro Plus. I got a chair and monitor, everything else, but I do need to have something for my pretty APC build to be sitting on soon. Yeah, if you want a sit-stand desk for a really good price that beats out way more expensive ones, E7 Pro Plus. That's my main desk over here. I have a video comparing that with a more expensive IKEA desk for a series that I wanted to launch, but I didn't have anything else to compare after that. So I was like, well, I'll move on back to regular content. But I was trying to do a series called Battle Station on a budget, trying to build up a battle station out of nothing. This was when I had first moved into the house, and I was really struggling to get content going. Flexi Spot E7 Pro Plus. I got the bamboo desktop. I love it. It's really nice. But you can just use the regular one too. I like that one because it's adjustable out to like an 80-inch desktop. But you can get the 48 or the 60-inch. I would recommend it, the 68, the 60-inch one. The medium size, basically. To where you can still put a couple of monitors and your PC on top of the desk, and it'll look great. If you're just going to have a one monitor setup pretty much, or you're going to stack two or do something like that, that's going to take up less horizontal space, you could get the 48-inch desktop. New COD's bad in general. I switched to Battlefield 6. Yeah. If you switch to that, that means they did still get your money. And I think that's kind of all they care about, which is unfortunate. Want to see if I could download COD to play with a friend. The download of the base game was 100 gigs. The Warzone version, which is literally one map with assets reused, was another 100 gigs. How can it be that unoptimized? I mean, from what I understand, it's also other stuff, like back-end stuff for the multiplayer, plus all of the menuing, all of the assets for the menuing, all of the things you can buy or earn, I guess, through grinding, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make excuses for them. It sucks, and they need to learn to compress their textures, because I think that's one of the major factors. Here, DJ, let me give you the video. And for anyone else who's interested in that video, I thought it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I mean, yeah, the Flexi Spot one with the desktop I got, the bamboo one, was $399. It's cheaper without that. Like in the $200 range for a real, if I'm not mistaken, for a really solid sit-stand desk. That's very good. And they can support like 400 pounds or something. So, yeah. Yeah, it was versus a $600 IKEA Becant sit-stand desk that had way fewer features, way crappier build quality, IMO. Like I had one test where I put a PC on the corner and I was filming both corners, and in the footage I mark where the desktop starts and where it moves to, how much it flexes. And funny enough, the Flexi Spot one flexed way less, almost not at all. And the IKEA one was like, I'm like, oh my God. And this thing's like, what, $200 for shipping? And it's free shipping with Flexi Spot. It's no contest. Now, if you're looking for something cheaper, don't get the Pro Plus. Just get a lower end version of that, and it'll be totally fine. I think I heard something about CD Projekt Red going to build their game for console first and upscale the graphics to PC hardware instead of doing PC first and downscale to console. Are you talking about the new Witcher game, Witcher 4? I don't know. I'd like to... Bears Beats and Battlestars. Oh my God, what's up? How's it going? I'd like to give the Magnus XL a try. Bad Seed Tech recommendation. Yeah, and Brian knows his stuff for sure. It is a premium product, though. So just be aware of that. It is a really nice desk. My favorite thing about it is the fact that the under-desk PC thing that holds it can hold like an 011 Evo case. No problem. Most of the ones you'll find on Amazon, like I found one that fit the Falcon Northwest Talon. That is a small case relative to other mid-tower cases. The thing is, I've been thinking of, although I love the way this PC looks in the case that it's in, but I might need more space on the desktop, so I might want to move my whole streaming build into the Talon, which is not in use right now, because that's my editing PC now, you know, and then mount that under this desk. We'll see. Oh, that ain't bad for a sit stand. Wow, thanks, bro. You got it. 100%. Sit stand is a great way to go because you can like sit or stand. The one downside, the reason you guys never see me do it on stream here, where I used to stand up when I was streaming from that desk, I don't have this camera mounted to the desk. It is mounted to the wall. So if I sit stand, you're gonna see like from here down. Well, not really. If I back up enough, because I stand up with the camera here. Well, no, I guess I could lift it up. Well, whatever. I have a new setup here, so I haven't done an unboxing or build stream with the new setup. So I'm gonna have to see how that looks. My main game, the one game I've been playing for literal years that I always stand by is Warframe. Yeah, I have some friends that are into Warframe. Yeah, and they tried to get me into it, and I never quite did, unfortunately. But yeah, it has over 10 years of content, and right now it only occupies 46 gigs of space. That's awesome. And it just had a major update that was only 5 gigs, and then it was optimized. They optimized it down to like 2 gigs. That's awesome. We support that. Play Warframe. I won't. It's not my type of like. It's not my style of game. Necessarily, but y'all should if it is. Check it out. Well, we haven't had anybody fill out the form. Let's just rip a Pokemon pack. I want to. I want to at least get these last 2 Mega Dreams packs done tonight. As if it's work to do to open Pokemon card packs. Come on. What are we even talking about here? Is that enough charge? I'll just put it here. Well, no. Let me try this. Let's see what that charge level is at. Battery full. Sweet. That battery in this thing must be tiny. Jeez. All right. Just... I kind of like that being... Why is it twisted like that? Hold up. There we go. Let me adjust this angle a little bit. There we go. So yeah, just hello, hi. There we go. So just 2 left. By the way, I figured out that that's how to have that open. Just 2 left. Let's do one more. It really tickles me though that this thing actually literally says for sale in Japan only. That didn't work out. Hi, Bray. Didn't you buy a 4K 1080 monitor? If you're in 4K and want to reduce it to 1440, will the screen get blurry in gameplay? Yeah, it's not a native resolution, Gary. You want to use your monitor in its native resolution. So I think it would be cool if it went 4K to 1440, but not 4K to 1080p is what it does. I haven't really used it in 1080p, but I plan on doing that. See, it's having the thing where it doesn't focus on... It's focusing on the background. Okay, I just have to have my hand at the right level here. So let's do this one. Hold on, buddy. I need this. Come on. Let's get the luck going there. Little buddy RGB helping out. I've had such good luck with these. It's been crazy. Oh, look, it's all the types. If you're just seeing me do this for the first time and you're like, why is handshake easy nervous? I have essential tremors. It's a condition. It's normal. It's fine for me. And I've learned to live with it. So don't worry about me. I am good. This doesn't want to open for me, though. Come on. All right. There we go. I'll just open it like that. I'm going to keep forgetting whether it's 1 or 2 cards. I guess we'll do 2. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have... Team Rocket Grunt, I guess maybe you would call that. That's better hold this a little better. I don't know. A fiery crown thing. Don't know what that item is. Badoo! Look at that Badoo. And Golbat. All right. Team Rocket's Golbat. Whenever you see them there, that's Team Rocket's thing. Can I zoom in some? No, that's all the way. Unless I do. That there. There we go. And then Dratini. Love Dratini. Archaludon. Archaludon, however you want to pronounce that. Team Yell Grunt. Wait, was it Team Yell? That is Team Rocket. That is Team Rocket, Anton. So you say Japanese Pokemon is much more rational than American Pokemon. I don't know what you mean by rational. I don't know what you mean when you said that last time. I don't know what you mean by rational. Okay. Tapu Koko. We got a holo Tapu Koko. A Pokemon I did not have for my national Pokedex yet. Very cool. I hadn't gotten any of the Tapu Pokemon yet. And that is, what is that one called? Rock cake. It looks like a cake made of rock. And Pignite. We did get a Pignite already, I think, in this set. So that's all right. Yo! What? Ooh, buddy. Hell yeah. Look at that. Mega Charizard EX Inferno X card. Oh, baby. Look at this. Hell yeah. This is crazy. I don't like that the camera moves up and down. I got to fix that. That's crazy. Oh, man. Is this one of the chase? I think this is one of the chase. No, I don't know. Let me see. 1 second. Let me check this. I gotta know. First, hold on. Where are my top loaders? Hold on. My top loaders. Oh. Sorry, my top loaders fell over. Okay. And a little penny sleeve here as well, just to... Oh, man. That is a beautiful card. Jeez. Okay. That was crazy. That was some crazy luck right there. Let's see what this thing... how this thing scans. Now it's safe. Now I feel okay. Yeah, probably 40-ish. Ungraded 45, grade 9, 7. Yeah. Yeah. No, so that's really good. That seriously is... Basically, let me show you guys what I have pulled from this box right here, okay? This box of 10 packs of this sought-after set was like $119. That's a lot. That's a lot. But you see how long I've made this last? I draw them very, I draw it out. Get it? So looking at what I have pulled so far. And this is not, these are just full arts. This is not including the EX cards. Let me see, where are the Japanese ones? Okay, so no, just this one. This is a full art. And then I've gotten a bunch of EXs. Hold on, let me see. What else have I gotten here? Well, basically what I was going to say is I have essentially, I've gotten like $80 worth of cards out of it so far. That's a 10. Maybe not the more you look. It's a 9. I don't know. Who knows? But a 9 would be $70. Let's get a good look here. So looking at it, looking at the borders on the left and the right, the left border is a little smaller. So the centering, not great. The corners, though, absolutely perfect on the corners from what I can see. Sometimes you get corners that are clipped off a little bit. These corners are perfectly even. And the top and bottom is about even. So other than a tiny bit of centering, and I mean a tiny bit, it's looking really good. Back, let's see the back. You can tell right there, the centering, it's a little thicker there than there. It's probably a 9. That's still sick. Like, this is a freaking awesome pull. Remember, I'm not pulling these to make money. That's a losing game. That's gambling. I'm pulling these because, like, I like the cards. I want to build a national Pokedex. I already have a few Charizards at this point. And I want to maybe play the TCG down the line. That's why I'm doing this. But at this point, I would get that graded. Just because I'd love to have this in a slab. Even if it comes back in 8, just having this in a slab would be super sick. So, set these aside. What did I have here? See, I got some, like these. I pulled from the last pack. No. Actually, this one I got. These were from different packs. I don't know. I just got some really good pulls on Sunday. I've gotten these out of it. Oh, all of these. These are all cards that I got. Well, I guess I can't put them like that. These are all full art cards that I've gotten from this. When you get a box like this, they say you're guaranteed 1 full art rare. 1. We pulled 4. And they're all gorgeous. Like, this is my favorite Psyduck art. So this box has almost paid itself off pretty much. And if I got this graded and it's, I don't know, and if it's a 9, the whole box is paid off. And I still have a pack to open. If there was an easy way to do it, I have a few Holo Reverse Hold cards from when I opened the only packs I ever bought. It'd be funny for you to just have a random Portuguese card in your Pokedex deck. I would love that, actually. Having the Japanese ones, I kind of want to get more languages. Yeah, that's what I noticed was side centering, but top bottom is flawless. Love the Entei one with biker mustache, nonetheless. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I was like, let me look for the Japanese cards, and I just totally missed that these 3 were Japanese. I thought it was just that one. But no, I pulled these 2. So we got quadruple the full art cards that they promise. It's just sick. It's super sick. These are all holos I got from it. Yeah, the Entei one is super cool. Love that. So these are just holo cards, like normal ones, but just either reverse or standard holo. I know I pulled more, but I might have put them in my EX collection. I just haven't put these in there yet. These EX cards in there yet. But let me back out a little bit. As of right now, if I build a deck with them, right now I have the first part of this whole binder. The first part of this whole binder is dedicated to EX cards. Like, there's a Genesect EX that I got, Japanese Genesect EX. There is the Mega Dragonite EX. I love that card. Reshiram EX and Unpheasant EX. Those, I pulled all those. These need to be added. These 3. This is the first Pikachu card I have pulled out of any packs. And what a first Pikachu card to pull. Like, that's dope. That's dope as hell. And of course, Mewtwo EX. What is it? Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX. And Iono's Iono's Belly Bolt EX. Just great cards. So I'm going to go ahead and put these in here. These are not like, you're not going to look at these and be like, oh, that's worth a lot of money. No. I just really like EX cards. Like, it's just, it's a standard card, not full art, but I love the way that they do the holo on these. It's super dope, and I want more. Plus, you build your deck around these. Like, these are what, when you're designing your deck, is what you're building up to. The moves that you're building up to, basically. The Pokemon you're building up to. I can't believe I pulled this. Hold on a second. Where did I put my other... Here. I now have both. I have the English version with the Japanese text. This is the promo card that came with the Ultra Premium Mega Charizard box. And I have the Japanese card with the English text now. That, I was like, this looks so familiar. Of course it does. I have the English card. This is the coolest thing ever. Like, who does this for money? This is like, this is so cool. Okay, I get it. If you pull something really worth a lot, I would, you know, maybe I would sell it too. But like, I get it. I get that. But this, I cannot believe, I can't believe now. What are the odds of pulling this to go with this? This showcases what I love about this, where they do the English move text on this with the Japanese cards and the Japanese move text on the English cards. That's just so dope. I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun with this. And that box just, to me, in terms of monetary value, sure. The box has almost paid itself off. Not quite. But in terms of like how much fun I'm having with it and how like the moments like that, it's paid itself off 100-fold. Think of it this way. If you're going to approach something like this as gambling, like to make money, the house always wins. Pokemon does this because they make money off of it. Of course they do. But it's one of those things where this has been fun for y'all and for me, I feel. And that, to me, especially in a time like now, I could just sit here and give you guys the bad news about the industry for 4 hours. I think we need these breaks. We need this we need to divert a little bit. And yeah, oh God, that was so cool. And I almost accidentally revealed that early. Like, out of all of those move cards, I could not have pulled one that would have made me more excited, except maybe the Gengar one. But then I don't have the English version of that because that's not out yet. Oh, that was so sick. Okay. All right. I'm done. I can't believe I only have one of those left. It's just been, I've gotten so many hits out of Mega Dreams. Like, here's what I got to wonder. Are they going to reduce that when the English version comes out? Are they gonna fudge the numbers a little bit? Because they told me at the shop I went to get this box, they were like, you're guaranteed an EX in every pack and you're guaranteed a full art rare in every box. We got 4. That's crazy. To the Pokemon company, it can't cost that much more to generate more of these rare cards, right? But then you lose the rarity, I guess. Like, there's a gold Mega Dragonite card. That one is 1 in 1,000 packs. That should stay just that rare. It should. But the ones like that with a sick move text on them and stuff like that, that's just like, why not produce more? Make your fans happier. Anyways, that was super cool. Thank you guys for being a part of that. I really enjoyed that. That was crazy. It was crazy. I can't believe I pulled that card. Like, if I had pulled a card with twice the raw value, but just no other link to it, I don't think it would have been a cooler moment than that, honestly. Anyways, cool. Anybody fill out the form? No. I don't know what to tell y'all. It's just that time of that part of the holiday season where people are there, like they either bought what they were going to buy at Black Friday, or they're waiting for Christmas money, or they're waiting for tax season. This is the kind of thing that happens. Is this the one that's the front cover art on the PAX Mega Dragonite? Yes. Well, the gold card looks different. The gold card does look different. I can look it up real quick. Hold on. Let me go to tcgplayer.com and check it real quick. No, not Mega Evolution. Huh. This is kind of cool. The best-selling card is my Psyduck. $15. Market price 16. That's funny. But look at these move cards. Look at these. They're so sick. The Void Gale. I would freaking blow my... Gengar is one of the two most popular Pokemon in the world. Like there's Charizard and Gengar. They're the most popular Pokemon. And so anybody would lose their minds, but I really do want that. Like, I got more of a claim to it because purple's my favorite color, so whatever. There's my Inferno X. Nice. Market price 40.21. This thing probably a couple of weeks ago would have been like 4 times that value. This Mega Dragonite EX, I would love that. The Mega Halucha EX. But yeah, of course, that's a $230 card. But there's a gold card. I want to see if this is on the list. Well, hold on. No, there should be an article. There should be an article on the top. I'm not trying to shop for cards. I want your articles. That's it. That's the one. Now that's Mega Evolution. I know I read that on here. Hold on. I'll find it. There. It's on their site. What the hell? I guess they're... oh, it's going to be called Ascended Heroes, by the way. But look at that. Look at that freaking Gengar. So these are the top chase cards. They're super sick. The Canary card's really cool. The Mega Grimmsnarl EX, super cool. Marnie's Mega Grimmsnarl. You know. Oh, that Team Rocket's Mewtwo. Jeez, that's sick. Look at that art. Of course, that Pikachu special art rare is insane. Of course it is. There's the Mega Dragonite EX special art rare. That is one of the top chase cards, of course. Zacian. Do y'all say, for Pokemon fans in chat, do y'all say Zacian or Zacian? I said Zacian when I was playing Sword. I've heard Zacian. I don't know. But this is the... oh, okay. So the Mega Gengar special art rare is the top one. $450 median price. But this is sort of the top chase card in terms of what Pokemon intended. What the Pokemon company intended was for this to be the top chase cards. It's 1 in 1,000 packs. It's crazy. Look at... oh, man. the shiny Mega Gengar there on the English card is insane. That was in Phantasmal Flames. I actually just caught in Pokemon Legends ZA. I've just caught a shiny Gengar. And it looks, of course, insane in Mega Evolved. Play some games. I mean, I guess I could. I love these cards, especially that Dragonite and Gengar. They look like those stylistic graffitis, and I'm so into it. I love those attack cards. And I forget what they're called. There's like some kind of name that the community calls them. I don't know. There's a name for this style of card right here with the move on it. Yeah, so this is the box I opened right here. This is the box I had. I have one pack left. I don't know. We'll see later on in the stream whether I get little last pack magic on that. But I honestly can't be disappointed with this box. It paid off 4 times more than what I was told it would. That's the randomness of it. And honestly, anybody, like if you didn't have that promo English card of that Mega Dragonite EX, it might not have been as special of a moment as it was. That was really cool. Yeah, see, the market price is even going down on this. That does make it to where it's basically over $10 a pack, but I just pulled a $40 card out of one pack. Like, that's just how it goes. Dude, your brother is awesome. I hope you and the family have an awesome holiday season. My brother? What are you talking about? Neither. I say Zacian. Zacian? Oh, yeah. Zacian. That could be another way. AI is your bro? It's not. If I had AI for my brother, we would not be on speaking terms because hardware prices. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway. Is that the one that's okay? Right. Hopefully, component price is reasonable at tax season. Nope. First half of 2026 is either going to stay as bad as it. Look, the hope we should have right now. I hate to say it, Z-Mascar, is that first half of 2026 prices stay as bad as they are, because the likely event is that they get worse and also availability gets worse. Like we'll be thinking, I wish I could pay 4 times the price for a kit of RAM. I just can't find any now. That's the worst case scenario. No availability. Is this my first bot? I've been streaming for years, so I don't know if Agent 57 over here is my first bot, but hey, sure, first time for everything. I actually have been botted before, but it was on YouTube, not on Twitch. Hope the AI bubble bursts soon. What's up, Turdog? It's not gonna burst in the way we're hoping. Very likely, not a bot, dude. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're coming in and saying random stuff. Bots do that, so I would say bot until proven innocent. How about that? What if you rate chat's PC build setups? Can you rate mine? I mean, that's something I'm planning on doing for a video eventually. I don't know. Maybe. That's a maybe. The thing is, before I do anything like that live, I'm going to want to maybe have 1 or 2 of the techies go through some of the... This is something that I've seen other content creators do. When it comes to, I was looking at the wrong camera. Sorry. When it comes to doing anything, looking in the Discord community, just to vet things before you go live with anything or put it in a video, you'll have like your Discord moderators or something. Just put together a little list of the ones to look at. We might do something like that eventually if Alucard, maybe you and I can chat about something like that in the future. Yeah, I'm with you on prices. It's going to either stay the same or will get worse. Hopefully it doesn't get so bad we can't get anything. Yeah, Turdog, the thing is, what I've been saying is right now prices suck. Later on, we might be wishing for these prices because nothing is available for purchase because it's just a full-on shortage, like global shortages. I don't know. We need Samsung or SK Hynix to be a hero here. Neither one of them, I think, is willing to give up that AI bag, though. You're on my follow list. Not sure why now. If you like computers, Agent, that's why, because I talk about computers a lot. You just came in with the randomness. I'm not sure. Like, I didn't know what you were talking about my brother, so I was like, okay. So that would put anybody off, I think. Not your fault, though. It's all good, man. It's all good. All good. Happy to have you here, regardless. Hopefully component prices are reasonable. I already said that. Haven't watched in weeks. Mandy, what's up? The last time I watched, we were also talking about Pokemon. Well, that's because I folded that into my PC content to sort of break up the tedium. I just did an insane poll just a bit ago. So that's fun. Like, it's a nice bright spot in the whole Ramageddon situation. Like, we got to have something. We got to have some kind of distraction here. If y'all are already here for a little escapism, a little distraction, I'm sorry. Wish I had better news for you. That's for sure. Damn, YouTube app is hallucinating again. It says I am not subscribed. Tanmay, how dare you? That's awesome looking. Gotta love gold. Also, Gengar was my fave too. Started liking him since the N64 Coliseum. Yeah, that's way back. My sis always beat me with Chansey until I started using Gengar. Yep, that poison type versus fairy type will do the trick. I thought one of the others I follow brought the raid a few weeks ago and told the chat he was your brother, but I might be mixed up. Maybe. I don't have a brother that streams, that's for sure. Yeah, Micron really miffed a lot of people when they decided to leave the consumer market for memory. So, Turdog, to clear that up, Micron technically is not leaving the consumer market because they're still going to be providing, as far as I have seen from other more well-connected content creators and their reporting, they're still going to be providing memory chips to G.Skill, to memory chips and NAND flash to G.Skill, other brands that they have been providing RAM to before. They're closing their own consumer brand, Crucial, in February of 2026. That's what they're doing. Now, how many memory chips are going to be available to the consumer brands? Probably not that much, and probably at an absolute premium. To basically make it to where they're not experiencing an opportunity cost by selling to a consumer-facing brand rather than to an AI data center. So we're basically paying we're paying more than what AI data center system, basically companies that build AI systems or supply AI data centers. We're paying more than they are, because that's the whole reason they have all this all their inventory and their production is going to those brands. They do have to be competitive because all three major memory chip manufacturers, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, all want to get those deals. The funny thing is, very, very funny thing, our old buddy Sam Altman reportedly, when he was negotiating these deals for essentially 40% of the world's supply, that's what it turned out to be anyway. He was negotiating these deals with both Samsung and SK Hynix without either of those companies being aware. So the kind of competitiveness that you would normally see there was not present. You would think if they had communicated, it would have been more beneficial for OpenAI, in that they would have competed with each other to give better deals in order to get that business. But the other side of it is that they didn't know that they weren't just going to be giving up their 40% or whatever, like, or whatever percentage they were giving up, and they wouldn't have to be concerned with supplying unless they knew. Okay, this is really hard to put to words. Had they known just how much of the global supply OpenAI was going for, they may have taken a step back. They may have not. Money's still green either way. But what this has been looked at is as an anti-competitive measure. Okay, basically to kill your competition, buy up all the stuff that they would need to build out their AI data centers to compete with you. And what happens when this news comes out? Every other AI company is like, whoa, we need to buy memory too now. What do they know that we don't? And so there was panic buying. And all of that supply got swept up. And what we're experiencing right now could have been just a blip. A few months, maybe a full quarter, a fiscal quarter, right? Of just insane RAM prices, and everything levels out after that. But there are ripples of this kind of thing. And besides which, the global supply will take time to recover. And the problem is the contracts that were signed by OpenAI are not a bulk order, but a huge amount of the RAM, the memory chips that they can actually produce. It's like going to like a restaurant, and instead of ordering one dish, you're like, hey, just keep making steaks and bringing them out. Or, saying something like, I want all the eggs and bacon you have. You might have misheard me. I want all the eggs and bacon you have, and just keep it coming, right? So it's not a blip. Like they're going to have to stabilize, and you have Micron being just like, yo, this is good money. We just want to make this money. We don't want the other money. We want this money. The companies that weren't that are doing this in a reactionary manner, that are knee-jerk reaction, buying up as much RAM as they can get. They didn't have a roadmap that included that. Or they had a roadmap to acquire hardware that they needed to build out their AI data centers, but it was over a longer period of time. And now all that's probably out of whack. Like, this is the kind of thing that can be the needle that pops the bubble, or at least accelerates that process. Let's all hope. And we just have to tough it out. And I'm switching to being a Pokemon content creator. No, I'm kidding. RAM is not crucial anymore. I'd say it's more crucial than ever. But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I could see 2027 until memory prices go back to more reasonable levels. Now, we're hearing projections of it being less than a year. I love hearing that. I hope it's true. But those projections, to be clear, none of them are saying prices will be back to what we knew in a year. What we're looking at is about half a year of prices either staying here or getting a little higher, or a lot higher, or just no stock at all. And then after that, maybe prices, availability will increase. Prices will start to creep down and somewhat regulate. Where they will probably settle in the next couple of years I have very little doubt that those prices will be higher than they used to be. This is the same thing that happened to GPUs. Okay? You used to be able to get a high-end GPU for $400. Like, that's not regular inflation that happened. It is price creep of the worst type, where they see how much we're willing to pay for something, and they're like, all right, bet. Here you go. This is 3 times what it should cost. Have fun with that. Parks and Rec reference. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Ron Swanson. That's the Ron. And much like tariffs, the companies think it's worth it. If the companies think it's worth it, they might not even go back to pre-AI bubble price because, well, people need to buy these anyway. Might as well just keep it at a higher price and get more out of it. Why let scalpers have all the fun? Take out the middleman. Be the scalper. Dang it, I was hoping to get a decent 32 gig kit in 2027. Might have to wait until 2028 now for my system rebuild. Turdog, here's the thing. By then, my thought, and I can't back this up. My feeling, though, okay, based on signs and this and that, if you're expecting a burst bubble like the housing crisis or something like, or what is it? Or something like the .com bubble, it's not going to happen here. It's not going to go down in flames. It will wind down. There are ways to make money with AI. Most of the AI companies that have made a big fuss about what they're doing and how they're the future of AI and blah blah blah, they don't know how the hell they're going to make money with their product. They invest billions into AI and into insane amounts of processing. And they're like, here's our idea. How are you going to monetize this? Mono what? Mono who? Chris Adams, what's up? Welcome. All right, DJ, you got it. Ed Chrysler is making the rounds saying 6 to 8 months for availability to get better. Yeah. And Tanmay, that is availability. And along with availability, of course, because of, supply and demand, the laws of supply and demand, right? That means prices you will usually get better. But better is not back to where it was. And while I do appreciate the sort of anti-alarmist messaging, we need that so bad right now. I'm not going to say I've been part of the problem because it's not like I'm being alarmist. When I tell people what my messaging is, if you're thinking you want to wait a few months to get your PC, don't. That's probably a bad idea. You should just get what you can right now, if possible. Or, if you already have a PC, stick with what you got as long as it's working, that kind of thing. None of us are Nostradamus. Like, none of us can really predict what's happening. I tried to get some kind of, talking to the engineers at the AMD labs last week. They're just looking at the signs too. Like, the AMD doesn't manufacture RAM. They do supply VRAM along with their GPU dies that they send to their AIBs. They don't manufacture those RAM chips, those VRAM chips. And it's all hype until it makes a profit. That's right. And most of them can't. ChatGPT or OpenAI has lost more money than they've even come close to making. Where's ChatGPT making money? Where is it making money? They're trying to fold ads into ChatGPT responses now. Have you seen this? Yeah. I'm number 2 in that statement. My PC is working and doing everything I need it to. That's right. That is critical. Make sure to take good care of it. That's what I've been telling people who are like, oh, I wanted to upgrade my PC, or thankfully I got a PC. My message is this: take good care of it. You can't predict whether something might go wrong in your PC, whatever. That's just, if you run electricity through something, that's just controlled chaos. Okay. That's how electronics work. Right. But get an uninterruptible power supply. Get a UPS. You can't buy RAM right now for an upgrade? Buy UPS. Buy an uninterruptible power supply. That's the video I need to make. I need to make a video talking about UPSs. Like, specifically, as a response to this situation, but also in general. It is needed. That's a great idea. This is why I like talking with you guys. You help me realize what I should be doing, other than right now just hanging out with y'all. But no, that's a great video idea. We're working on a video right now, so I don't know if I should record that. I need to prepare myself first. What I'm thinking about doing is maybe reaching out to there was that refurbishing company that refurbishes UPSs. I want to talk to them. I want to see if I can reach out to them. Ask them some questions. I have questions about their processes. Before I'm ever going to recommend them, I need to know. But also, there are good UPSs out there already. Intel's next money printing machine could be RAM manufacturing. Tanmay, the thing is, yeah, they could maybe repurpose a segment of their fabs for making RAM chips. That could be, I mean, the thing is, I have no idea. I don't know the manufacturing side of it well enough to say whether an Intel fab has the necessary stuff. Because if that's the case, why doesn't, I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I only have a little UPS, but it's one of those purchases I do not regret. You're in the UK, dude? Nope. I am in the Texas. Joe Pete, what's up? Or Tux Power PC. I'll stay on my AM4 for now. It's running well, does everything I need, and performs well. Yeah. The only reason to upgrade, like, no one can tell you when you should upgrade it. That is always up to you. And your PC will often tell you when it's time for an upgrade. Like, hey, hold on. You need to stop. You need to stop trying to run all these different things while also compressing a folder and, running all this stuff while chatting with your buddies on Discord and also trying to export from Adobe Premiere Pro while also trying to render an object in Blender. Like, stop. Then it's like, okay, either focus on doing one thing at a time or a couple things at a time at most, or upgrade. Yeah, upgrade. And play Cyberpunk at the same time. Yeah. Yep, 4K native rendering. Yeah. Also, Minecraft with shaders. Sounds like a jet engine taking off. Tux Power, how's it going? How are you doing in these dark days of Ramageddon? I will say this. Regardless of the gloom and doom, the doom and gloom, the gloomy doomies, I'm excited for CES. Not because of the tech, but because of the people I've been talking to leading up to it and the stuff that we're probably going to do. It's going to be some good stuff, including IRL live streams. So stay tuned to the announcements channel of the Discord. I'll let you know when I'm going live. There's going to be potentially some very big surprise guests that you're not expecting. Great game, by the way. Just finished my first playthrough the other day. Cyberpunk is. I mean, it's got its flaws for sure. Every game does. Well, except Expedition 33. That game has zero flaws. I love that game. Other than the fact that I'm trash at parrying. I was the flaw in that game. Like, haters will hate and complain about them sweeping the awards, but even like some of the minorly annoyed mini haters were able to come out and give Expedition 33 their flowers. Like, yeah, they deserve those awards, dude. Like, play the game before you say anything. It was an experience, one of the best experiences of 2025 for me. Well, it was 2025, yeah. Got a question for you though. Steambox pricing, no idea. I would have guessed a couple months ago. Now we have no idea, unless they already sourced gallons and gallons of RAM. That's not how you measure RAM. Unless they did that already, like 2 years worth supply of it for manufacturing. That thing could be double its price that it was going to be, or at least 30-40% more is more reasonable to think. You think it's doable? I would love to know how, Turdog. I have no idea, considering that I think they wanted at least 16 gigs in there. And that was part of how they were going to keep that pricing down. Of course, they're running, Steam OS on there. They can keep things lean. That's the thing. Steam, the only variable here that can save the Steam machine is that it's going to run Steam OS. That is the only thing that can save this. They can figure out a way to make it run super lean on memory. That is the only way that Steam can overcome this. It's a chance. There's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. The Face Expedition 33 gave free DLC. I mean, yeah, to thank everyone for the wins that they knew they were going to get, because they knew what they're like a seller on Facebook who's like, I know what I got. But instead that seller gives you extra stuff. That was Expedition 33. Well, Steam OS is based on Linux. So, yes, which is open source. So they can make changes in there. They can do things. Basically like a scheduler, but, to keep the memory lean, Yeah. Good break, by the way. It's Joe Panico. Oh, what's up? Joe, that's the thing. That's happened to everybody. If you look at your chat, it's just showing their @names now. I don't know why. YouTube started doing that a couple of weeks ago, and I don't see any recourse for it. It's just, that's it. Oh, man. Of course, I have a bunch of viewers on both Twitch and YouTube right now, and I'm just yelling about stuff, which I guess is on brand. Well, how about this? Here we go. Look at this chat. I had this, and I pulled this today. I have the English version and the Japanese version now. Wowee! Yay! There you go. If you weren't here for that, now you know. Angry Geek yells at industry. Always good. Yeah. I was also a viewer of the Angry Video Game Nerd. I haven't watched this stuff in a long time now. Shows you're one of us for sure. One second. Posture check. Actually, my posture is very good right now, Tommy. I just checked it. I appreciate that. How you doing? Welcome. SteamOS is already pretty lean. It's the games that need the extra headroom of RAM. Well, Tanmay, one thing that Steam could do, one angle they could take, is they can start going to those major developers and being like, hey, you want to keep that Steam certification? We're upping the stakes. You need to start making it leaner on RAM, or you lose that certification. You know how, like Steam Deck certification. You know what I mean? Because like that machine is going to run Steam Deck certified games really well. But the thing is, the whole point of it, I think, is to run regular Steam games. So there's going to be, I think the best move that Steam could make, that Valve could make here, is to make a certification thing that is somewhere between PC gaming and Steam Deck. That would be the move, I think. And basically, if you go into Cyberpunk, there's a Steam Deck graphics setting. So now go back to CDPR and be like, hey, we need one for the Steam box. What do you got? What do y'all got? That would be pretty sick. Come on, Gaben. You can do this. I know you can. Just turn the screws on them. Like it's way beyond time for this already at this point. For especially what? Hold on. Who is the? Battle State Games. Y'all suck. Battlestate Games needs to get good. That's the developers of Escape from Tarkov. That's the game studio for Escape from Tarkov. Battlestate Games, get good. You've had memory leaks for years now. Like, y'all can't figure that out. Pokemon card pack opening makes for great shots. Thank you, Adam. I'm guessing you're a little bit behind on the stream. I'm gonna want to go back and watch that. That was super cool. So, okay, all right. I had an idea. I want to see what y'all think. Okay, I had an idea because okay, let's be real for a second, okay? I've already mentioned this on the Sunday stream, and this is something that I was talking to that I was talking to some of the folks I was hanging out with in Austin, and also with TJ. I talked about this with TJ. That something I don't like to think about, because it seems well, okay. It's not self-serving. It's awareness of the way that things work for my channel. The most explosive growth that my channel experienced was during 2021 and that early 2022 during the GPU shortages. Now, 2020 to 2021, 2022, all that, those times. Once I started making pre-built content as a means of getting around the GPU shortages. And it's because I was able to help people. Like, that's awesome. This situation, like, if I do my job and I just try to help consumers as much as possible, is going to lead to more channel growth. That in combination with pre-built rebuilt, which again is coming, like that whole production thing is coming back. Which I hesitate to put a date on it, but I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking it should launch Q2 of 2026. That will be at 6 digits by the end of 2026. I don't like thinking about that because it's me benefiting from consumers in a bad situation, being in a bad situation, SIs being in a bad situation. I don't like thinking about that. But the other potential thing that could happen is people lose interest in PC gaming, in purchasing pre-builts, and in building PC, and doing any of that stuff, just because you just can't. There's likely going to be a period of 2026 where you just cannot get hardware, particularly RAM, storage, and potentially GPUs. From what I understand, the GPU thing may not be as bad as I'm anticipating, and that would be wonderful. But that would also mean the growth of my channel grinding to a complete halt, not having content to make, because, like, how am I going to review a PC they can't send me and people can't buy? Like, why would you watch a review for something you can't get? It's useless to you. It's just like you're going to see content creators who are going to get stuff. The big channels will still get things from brands. It's not like all hardware will go up, vanish into smoke. But it's going to be back to the GPU shortages days when they would get GPUs and be like, we know you can't buy this. We still have to do the review. We're very sorry. Real awkward times, I got to tell you. That was when I came in and said, hey, everybody, you can't build a PC right now because you can't buy a GPU. Well, you can't build a PC with a GPU in it. You could just build a PC without a GPU, which is possible, right? But not what you want. You can buy pre-builts. System integrators aren't affected by scalpers for the most part. That was where SI Weekly came from. But if people lose interest and the market kind of just crashes completely, that could be the end of my YouTube channel. I have some, I could probably call a contact or two here, find a sysadmin job, or even at worst case scenario, just get a job as an IT technician or something and just get back into the field that way. I don't want to do that. There would then be, like, when PC hardware comes back, there would be nobody covering pre-builds for you guys. And for new buyers, that would, there would be nobody doing that. I don't, So I've thought of maybe pivoting as an option. Something that even if everything goes really well, the market recovers, and the channel is successful, I can still do because of how fun it would be. But I've thought, because you guys see me doing this Pokemon thing, of doing a new channel just to do Pokemon gaming, as in the games, and also TCG stuff, going to things like card conventions, things like that. I know that Deep Pocket Monster, who runs Card Party, that are becoming really big events. They have one in Dallas next year, which is, half a day drive from me, or less, like 6-7 hours. Doing stuff like that, that'd be super fun and a totally different audience. He makes other content. Deep Pocket Monster, Pat Flynn. He makes other content that's like business related, and he's successful in that. But he started doing Pokemon card stuff, like Pokemon TCG stuff, and it took off like crazy, which allows him to then feed back into the business side of things. And he's been able to take the money from that, put it into the business content stuff. He's published a couple books now, with one of them being a New York Times bestseller. Like, that's the thing. You can't just rely on one thing. All right, you got an L card, but this is one last thought I want to send you with. The name of the channel would be Pokebald, because I'm bald. That's just an idea I had. Pokebald. What do we think? Is it kind of terrible, but kind of perfect because it's kind of terrible? I think so. Or an extra indicator on the store like the Ramageddon mode. Right. Is storage RAM never going down? Die Hard? Not never. It'll go down eventually. But will it go back to what it used to be? Probably not. Lol, that would be interesting. I don't know if the name's perfect. It just occurred to me last night, and I was like, yo, that would be really funny. Pokebray or Pokethorn. Yeah, I mean, I could just do Braethorn TCG or whatever, something like that. But like, Pokebald. But it also sounds like, I don't know. It sounds a little weird too. But once they see this, they'll know that's exactly what it means. JT could be a marketing vehicle for the best game engineers. JT. It? You mean it? Is that what you mean? Are you talking about the thing I was talking about with Steam? Yeah. And the Steam box. But yeah, really, it would probably be initially mostly short form content, which grows really fast. And then the thing is, like, Deep Pocket Monster or Pat Flynn did was he did Short Pocket Monster, which was a channel for shorts, and then DPM is for the longer form content, like card challenges, things like that. Collect all of Phantasmal Flames or whatever set in 48 hours, or I have to give them all away, that kind of thing. Really, really fun videos, actually. One of the things that made me want to start doing this. So I was inspired by what he does. Him and Purple Cliff. The thing is, I wouldn't keep it just to opening packs and doing TCG stuff. I would also do gaming things like Nuzlocke and things like that. I think that would be a lot of fun. I had not long ago, some of y'all have heard of ADEF. He makes really good content. The dude is deservedly growing on YouTube. Really, really awesome channel. And just a really, really clever dude. And he talked about doing something like an Archipelago, something like that, where I would be playing Super Metroid, Link to the Past randomizer, and he'd be playing Pokemon. He'd find items for me. I'd find items for him, that kind of thing. But I'm thinking, like, why not have him show me, like, teach me something like Nuzlocking or something like that? That'd be really fun collaborative content. So Gonna go with Divine since I... Oh, that's right. That's right. Vine is coming back. I hope they're not going to be 6 seconds long. How am I going to do a pack opening with that? Or whatever I'm doing. Here's the thing. It would mean a return to at least one gaming stream per week, maybe more. Part of that would probably mean more streaming in general. So if you like watching the streams, congratulations. It's supposed to be 6 seconds. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think if they want to adapt and be successful, I think they need to make them like at least 15. Because even like TikTok has, you can watch, like, I don't know, like an hour-long TikTok or something. I don't pay attention to TikTok, honestly. I don't know why I'm talking about them like I know. I don't. But yeah, I know. Yeah, sorry, Alucard. I know you were trying. You're trying to leave, and I was like, well, you know, well, one more thing. You know, my bad. I could also focus on some content that I used to do on this on the Braithorn channel, where I talked about content creation and how to get into that. I could focus more on peripherals, on setup stuff, because if you can't get a PC, but you have a console, there are desk-like setups for that. There are people who already have PCs who want help with setup stuff, who are familiar with my content and would like that, who would enjoy that. It would probably be a little bit more evergreen than the deal of the week kind of stuff I do with PC Gateway. But PC Gateway, since I brought that back, it has been more, other than the Black Friday video, it's been more sort of industry stuff like, hey, here's stuff you need to be aware of if you're wanting to buy a PC, that kind of stuff, including the one I just did. I do want to do the whole pre-built for every budget kind of thing, but good Lord. Budget PCs are going to be non-existent, and mid-range PCs are going to be about the power. They're going to be. You're going to have to sacrifice CPU and GPU to get that RAM, so they're going to be about the power of a budget PC for a mid-range price. We're going to have to adapt, man. But I'm not stopping on pre-built content. There's no way. No one else is doing it. I chose this responsibility, and I take it seriously. How long have I been just yapping and not helping anybody? 2.5 hours or 2 hours. So that's, I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, if no one's looking for anything right now, regardless of Ramageddon, this time of December would probably be about the same regardless. Most people get, like, it's usually somewhat slow a few weeks before Black Friday, and it's slow after Black Friday. People have bought the stuff they want to buy. For better or for worse, that's what they've done. Actually never got a final number on how many Bragionnaires we sold. Which, by the way, I think you can still get those at the base price, but the upgrades are more expensive now that Black Friday is over, and also prices have continued to explode on RAM and storage. Although storage is not as bad as it could be, thankfully. We're seeing the signs, though. We are seeing the signs that it may follow RAM very shortly in terms of rocketing up in price. If you need storage, you get it now. You get it now. You just get yourself a solid drive. I don't mean solid state. They're also... Okay, whatever. I put a little guide in the video that we're editing right now on how to use the SSD tier list if you're like, you don't have time to come in and have me help you find something. That kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, don't hold off on storage. If you're trying to add more storage to your system, get it now. Get it right now. Because we're seeing basically RAM went up with bumps. There was a bump up, and then it sort of it slowed down for a bit. Then it jumped up, and we just saw a jump in SSDs, and then it slowed down a bit. It may be about to jump up again. So, I can't tell you whether that's actually going to happen, but I doubt they're going to go down in price over the next 6 months. So you could do worse than getting storage right now, is what I'm saying. And heck, if it does, oh no, I overspent by $20. If it doesn't, I mean, if it doesn't go down in price and instead jumps up, they're going to get to where they're 2 or 3 times the original price, even 4 if it behaves like RAM did. It's just more delayed than RAM is. I don't want an ad right now. Like, I'm already not offering much in terms of entertainment. You want to throw an ad in there, Twitch? Come on. I know. Y'all don't mind when I just yap, and that's good of you. I appreciate it. All right, you know what? Let's see if we can get that last pack magic. See if we can get one more hit. Or hell, what if it's a God pack? A God pack is where every card in the pack is a holo or hit of some kind, full art, whatever. Yeah, let's do it. You know what? This worked last time. All right, for luck, RGB, give us some luck right here. Let's make it good. All right. You know what? You can hang out right there. You look how gigantic he is flying past the mountains there. By the way, if you ever see at something like I don't know, flea market, something like that, whatever, wherever, then someone has Pokemon packs and you see a jagged, like a crimp on there that is like, it has the teeth, you know what I mean? That is a fake pack of cards. Do not buy that. All right, let's do it. Last pack magic. Whatever this is, that's our rare card. So let's see what we get. Okay, so another Team Rocket dude. Oh, Lily's Determination in Japanese. This is actually really cool to get. I have 2 Lily's Determinations right now. Usually when you see any content about a deck, you'll see like 4 of these in that deck. These are really good cards. And now I have one in Japanese, but everybody knows what it means who plays the TCG. I forget what that is. The electric tadpole guy that turns into Electros. I haven't pulled one of those yet. That's cool. Not Magmar. What is that thing called? I don't know. But it's a magma guy. Okay, Dusclops. Pangoro, right? Ooh, wow, what's this? Haunch Crow. Team Rocket's Haunch Crow, very cool. All right. And it's it's a holo version of the, I didn't even look up its name last night, but it's like the rock cake looking guy. Ooh, what is this? This is like an item full art card or a supporter full art card. I need to look up the translation of this. That is gorgeous. Are you kidding me? And bam. Ooh, okay. Oh my God, I have this. How am I forgetting its name? But it's EX. Frostlass EX. Thank you. Frostless or Frostlass EX. Nice EX card to get, but this is super dope. I like this a lot. So this is basically like, this is not a Pokemon, obviously. It's like a radio tower or whatever. It's a utility card that does something for your deck in play. And getting those in full art is pretty cool. That, just look at all the freaking holo elements on that. That's cool. That's cool. That's a hit. I take it. I'll take it. Doe Mills, welcome to the stream. If you're expecting computer things and you saw Pokemon, my bad. I'm just I just added this to the stream content for fun. Sorry to see that you retracted your message before I could read it, though, but welcome to the stream. And this, I put all my full arts in a top loader for now. Even though this is like a support card or item card or whatever, that's okay. But I am going to scan this to try and figure out what the heck it is. A jamming tower. Sweet. Don't go thinking it's worth anything. It's not worth a lot. It's not. Like 73 cents. Doesn't matter. This is a freaking cool looking card. And if you can have something like a full art card for just an item, that's just a flex. That's just cool. I'll take it. That, I would say, was a very successful... oh, yeah, so basically, but that was a successful box, I would say. Like, out of 10 packs, half of them had full art hits. Just try going to your merch store. It takes me to some weird page. You may want to check on it. Yeah, I need to fix that in the description. The vanity URL isn't working. I'll give you the actual link here in a second. So basically, what I'm going to do with the... let me see. Where did I put it? Here, I guess. So earlier, was it in this set, or was it? Where did I pull it? I just pulled that card, but in a non-holo somewhere. Where did I put it? I put it down somewhere. Anyway, so like this is a normal card. Let's say I get this normal card, but then I get one that's a foil card or holo or whatever. Like this is a Pokeball one. So it has a Pokeball design on it. That's actually pretty cool. But when I have something that upgrades that Pokemon to a nicer card in the National Pokedex I'm putting together, I'm going to replace it with a nicer one. Just because that seems like a good idea. I'll be interested to see, because again, I'm not in this for the value of the cards, like at all. That's a losing game. And if you have the money to do it, I mean, whatever. That's your money to do. Like it's fun to watch, I'll tell you that. But it will be interesting, at least, to see what a full 1025 full Pokédex is worth at the beginning, just with whatever cards I got first, and over time, how it evolves in terms of value. That'd be kind of cool. Again, not chasing them Poké dollars, okay? Because that down that road lies madness, I would say. But here, let me give you the updated link real quick. So yeah, I think we did pretty good on I think we did pretty good on that. Pretty good on that full box set. That was worth it 100%. I had a lot of fun with that. So here, let me see. Nice coaster. Thanks. My friend Dan made it for me. I've been using it to give a little extra luck on those packs. Kind of like Purple Cliff does with Cliffy. All right. Joey, try that link right there. I'm going to go into the live stream description and change the link. And that means the next time I just try to use that information and move it forward, it'll have the updated merch link for anyone that wants to click it. And thank you for clicking on that. I appreciate it. Thanks for checking out the merch. I have been thinking it's time to do something like add some new designs. I think that would be cool. Just work on some new stuff. And Dan, I want to ask you something, and I'll probably DM you about this, but it might be fun to see what people think if I ask it here. Hold on. I need to edit this. 1 second. Okay, for the YouTube viewers, if you reload the stream, you'll see the new merch link in the description. I still wear my RG beanie whenever it's called. It is a good one, isn't it? It is nice. So I was thinking about something, and here's a little question for you. What would the possibility be of making something like this that you made for me, right? But smaller and like battery powered? My thought is this. A fun thing to do at CES, and some bigger channels do this, but a fun thing to do would be to have, to find the things I think are the coolest in one way or another and give out like LGN awards or RGB awards. You know what I mean? Just a small one. I guess maybe it could be something that needs to be plugged in, but it'd be cool if it was glowing and I handed it over. You know what I mean? So like making like 5 or 10 of them. Is that possible? DM me what you think, or you can tell me here, but I actually have a little bit smaller one. I kept that for myself. I'd have to check on the battery powered thing. Okay. So yeah, I would just let me know how much it would cost to do like 10 of those. Full cost, the whole thing. Like at zero cost to you, plus some money for your labor. Like I did for these things. I actually commissioned Dan to make those for the PCB, which is what I guess I call it. I don't know. Yeah, your time is valuable to me. So let me know if it's possible at all, how small they could be, because I got to travel with these, right? If we could have them by the 6th of January, because that's when CES is. Maybe we bring it down to 5. So I just give out 5 awards. It's cool that you made them for yourself. Like that makes me happy. I know I got one of those. Oh, that's a night stretcher. I guess not. I don't know. I don't know. Joey, that worked? Awesome. But yeah, what would y'all think about, let me look at it and get back to you. Awesome. Sounds good. If anything, maybe I could just have you make me something 3D printed, because you can do such high quality printing. Something like this on a little stand would be super dope. Because when companies get those awards, they will post them up right next to their stuff. And also, it's just my way to sort of show a company, hey, I like what you did here. I think you did a good job, you know? But also, that could be a video. Me showing off the 5 winners of the RGB award or the LGN award. However we want to do it. So if it can't glow, I'm cool with that. Or maybe we can make it to where it glows, if just with a little barrel plug or something. But that could be either one video or 5 shorts where I'm talking about why something won that award and giving the details on it so y'all can check it out. I think that would be super sick. I really should have probably kept that to a DM. My bad, dude. No pressure. Just because I talked about it on stream, there's zero pressure if you feel like it's not possible to do it in that time frame. Just to be clear. I actually thought about going to like PCB Way and having them make RGB shapes out of PCBs, or they'll do like custom cut aluminum or metal work, things like that, getting like little metal trophies made. But having it made by someone in my community that's been also such a long time member of the community would be super cool if it's possible for you. Yeah, a little more notice would definitely have been nice. There's no timer on this thing. There's no timer on this. I just thought about it when I came back from Austin and I was reconnecting this one. I was like, nah, that's probably not possible. But you were here, so I was like, hey, why not? While I was thinking about the trip coming up and planning things out. Yeah, sorry, man. I am sorry. I just realized something, though. It's going to be hard to do this. Because, like, I know a lot of the people at the companies there. And what if, like, there's some of them who see that I'm doing this, and they're like, oh, we brought our best here. We definitely got something that... And they don't get one. What if they don't like me after that? Well, I can't look at it that way. Something that would, like... There are a lot of companies who will go to CES and show up, but save the crazy stuff for Computex, which I would want to do it there too. But like, come on. I came out here, I'm doing my best. Started playing the stupid RTS game in Roblox because a friend of mine told me it was cool. And now I'm starting to get into RTS. I may or not be thinking of buying stuff like Total War and classics like StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is great. I played that because I played StarCraft for so long back in the day. But, when Blizzard was good. I'm going to be into them for like a week and then not play them for a whole decade. Sounds like a good time, Natty. It sounds like a great time. Okay, like you're supposed to enjoy it vicariously, Natty. I'm not doing this so that you have to buy this stuff. It's for you to just be able to like get a little bit of that dopamine without having to spend any money. That is the opposite of what I intended. I'm sorry. Okay. Yep. I guess there was a chance that would happen. Look, you're going to have to be ready. I might be making Pokemon content in 2026. Although some of it's going to be the gaming stuff. Like, I really like that idea. I love Pokemon games. Even the janky ones. Which, that doesn't really narrow it down, does it? Woo, buddy. Oh, man. So, Joey, I got to know, what are you looking at over there? I'm curious. On the merch store. What caught your eye? I need to put the dad hat on there. It can't be only Ploof that has a dad hat. Prized possession right now are Hollow, Yanma, Yanmega, some of my favorite Pokemon. Those are great Pokemon. And a Hollow, Paldean, Wooper, because Wooper is my girlfriend's favorite Pokemon, and they look awesome. Wooper is a great Pokemon. I have one of my girlfriend's favorite Pokemon is Impidimp, and she pulled one from a pack like a couple of years ago. She gave it to me because I travel so much for this job to keep with me for luck. I kept it in my backpack that whole time in a specific pocket for it, but there was other stuff in there. It got so beat up because I didn't have sleeves, I didn't have a top loader or anything to protect it. So I'm looking at maybe picking up, buying a single of an Impidimp card. It's just they're all sold out. Like no one is selling those. They're not worth much. I'm gonna have to go to a card shop or something and try to find an Impidimp to replace that one. I have a dad hat with RGB on it. That was from the very first run though, and the embroidery was lackluster. That was when it was it Streamlabs merch? Because I used to use Streamlabs. It could have been that. It could have been Stream Elements merch. Fourth Wall generally makes better stuff. Like the embroidery that Fourth Wall does, or Sources 2, or does whatever, it's quite good. My favorite piece of my own merch is still my white denim jacket. The problem is I need to figure out, because it's white denim. It stains after, like it's hard to get certain, like, you know, whatever. It gets dingy after a while, which is cool. That's a look on its own. But the whole look, the reason I liked it was because in videos it looked pristine. It looks so good. So I'm going to have to order another one, honestly, and just, you know, keep the dingy one for wearing just like a regular denim jacket. Yeah, Streamlabs was back in the way before. Hoping for a large full-size mouse mat, but now I'm looking at your hats. Pretty nice hats. I do like the snapback, though I feel like I don't look good in them. I do like the snapback, but the flex fit one is the one I wear all the time. You know, I'll bring up the merch store. I'll show you what. Why not? Let me bring it up too. Kind of a basic background. I think Fourth Wall has added some new features. I do love the light mode and dark mode jacket, but if you're not I tend to wear flashy stuff when I go to expos and things like that to show up in the videos, things like that. Whatever, I'm a YouTuber, wear bright clothes, but I can get like why you might not wear something like this randomly. But I really love the design of these. I spent a long time on it. This is the hat I wear all the time. I love this hat. I got it in the light gray, and it looks really good. And of course, the white denim jacket. It's actually not bad for Texas because it's not multiple layers. There's no liner in this thing. It is single layer denim. And that might be like, oh, that's cheap. Well, yeah, it's a $65 denim jacket. That denim jackets, like really thick ones, can be more expensive than that when they're not even merch, like they're not even embroidered or whatever. But it actually can be light-ish when it comes to, it insulates pretty well because denim can hold in heat pretty well, even if it's just a single layer. Ish. It's like in the middle. I love that. You'll notice. Oh, hey, if it isn't, look what the cat dragged in. Hold on. What scene am I in? What am I doing? Where am I? Coalition Chris coming in with a tier 1 sub. 15 months of support. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Chris. Welcome back to the Swarm. Yeah. Thank you, buddy. How you doing? I think it was Streamlabs. Been a long time ago now. Right. I already read that. Put the jacket in a top loader, perhaps. Yeah. I gotta say, I'm not seeing the beanie available in purple. Disappointed. I know. That's one thing. I told Fourth Wall they need more purple stuff. I told them. There's several things where you can't get it in purple. It's like it's not even my merch store. Aurora, what's up? How's it going? Want to pop in and see how you've been since TwitchCon? Well, the market for PC hardware is on fire. So there's that. So we're kind of dealing with that. And also, Joey, by the way, I am looking at doing a new large format mouse mat, a new full-size desk mat kind of thing. And I'm wanting to reach out to these guys at Epic Desk. So the problem is Epic Desk makes some of the best desk mats on the market. Why would that be a problem? Because they're more expensive. But they're like natural rubber on the bottom. They're machine washable. The colors are amazing. So I got to think about that and see where that... Oh, snap. Okay. All right. Hold on. Jeff Trains 4014 just gifted 10 memberships to the YouTube community. Let's go, nerds. That is a membership for El Navo 720, Chris Birdman Ridenauer 38735, Leo Miral, Iron Machine, Heracles Fe, Baba Gabana, Juana Lilajo. Y'all are really that's the names. Hutchinson 548, Just Boosted 187, and Zach Plays next. All gifted memberships by Jeff Trains 4014. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Jeff. I will say that is not how you order merch, but like that's, yeah, thank you for the memberships. You're like, I need to order some gear. Let me gift some memberships. That I don't know how that would translate to merch, but you are very generous, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for bringing in that many more people into the swarm. That is very, very kind of you. I'm nerding out with a 3D printer tonight. Do you 3D print much? I dabbled. I have not followed up. I got an Ender 3 Pro for like 99 bucks at Micro Center 4 years ago. 3 years ago? And I printed like a few things, and then I didn't touch it after that. After I moved, I just didn't have it. I didn't set it up anywhere. I should have. Losing confidence at the name pronunciations during the big echoey announcement will always be funny to me. I just roll with it, man. That's just how it goes. Like, they need to understand, like, hey, you chose this name, and then you forced a streamer to say your name. What am I supposed to... I got no thing I can do with it. Nothing I can do with it. I use an extra MTG playmat for a desk mat. It's basically a massive mouse pad. I have a playmat from this Charizard, Mega Charizard EX Ultra Premium box, whatever, that I got a while back. It would make an okay mouse mat, but they're kind of light. Oh, Baba Gabana, there you are. Yeah, just got gifted a sub. There you go. Not a sub. Subs are free on YouTube. A membership. So enjoy those emotes you have access to now. I think they're pretty nice. Although you can't put up as many on YouTube as you can on Twitch. And on Twitch, I got to tell you, I am still severely lacking in my emote game. I have like 30 open spots or something where I could put emotes. I just like, how many emotes do I need? When you go to use an emote, you have a clear list of choices that you don't have to scroll through for 20 minutes. Mine are heavy and can be washed easily. Well, I guess Magic the Gathering, I guess Wizards of the Coast is a little more serious about their playmats than Game Freak is. Or Pokemon Company, because it's not Game Freak that does the card game. It's Pokemon Company. Whatever. Is it Game Freak? No, Game Freak does the video games. Come on. I don't know, actually. It could be either way. Ender 3, though. Some newer options have made it so much easier. Love my Bamboo Lab A1, for example. Yeah. I mean, hey, you know somebody at Bamboo, you let me know. I just, with everything 3D printing can get expensive really quick. And it's already tough enough trying to figure out where I'm going to spend money to improve the channel. I would love to get really into 3D printing. Not going to lie. I really would. So, in case y'all are looking at the merch, for anyone who is, click the link and look at the merch, this is probably like the cleanest hoodie that I've made, where it's nothing huge on the back, right? The back is clear, right? The front just has the Vaporwave Sunset Braithorn logo with RGB on it, and the right arm has a Let's Go Nerds on it. That's the whole hoodie. The only thing, of course, no purple, but there is a navy color. Like that's, I need to take it's been a long time since I've looked at any new options that they've had for merch. There's probably a ton of new stuff out there. I tried reaching out to them for a recent video where I needed a specialty printer they make. Promptly ignored. Got lucky that I found someone with the printer and asked them to help. Oh, that's good. Not good initially, then good after. Better to know people, I would say, than, yeah. Just picked up a flex hat in royal blue. I'm a hat guy, and I'm looking forward to getting it. Nice. It is very comfortable. I have the Pro as well. Tech Blacksmith, how's it going? Ender 3 is a great printer. I have the Pro as well. Is printed great out of the box with very few mods or tweaks needed. Did them anyways. Yeah, I did some mods to mine. At this point, I don't remember what they are. But just some things to like stabilize it, to add some utility, a place to put all the little accessories, things like that. I have a few bamboo printers along with a Prusa. I can't stop. Jeff, yeah. I mean, I get it. I do get it. It's a really cool hobby. 3D printing will never not be cool, I think. It's just it's a super cool hobby that I wish I had gotten more into. I think Creality actually reached out to me a year ago or something. And at that time, I was dealing with all the stuff that made me stop posting content. And I couldn't accept anything from any companies. I wasn't trying to disappoint any companies at that time. I knew I was going to have to probably take a little bit of a break. I didn't know how long it was going to turn out. It turned out pretty long, unfortunately. By the way, the holographic stickers are absolutely dope. And you have a couple of size choices. You can go with a small one or like a large one. Another thing is, this is the classic hoodie. I do have the old hoodie design with the thing on the back. This one, anyone looking at the pullover hoodie, it runs a little small. I got the XL and it's not that comfortable for me. It's a little small. So size up if you're going to get that. The snapback has the dopest color because I wish I could change what the color is on the main picture here. But yeah, it comes in black and like a blurple color. Very close to my brand color. It's so sick. Like, I love this hat. But I don't think I look that good in it, unfortunately. I don't think I look good in snapback. And I keep trying to curve the brim. That's not, I don't know. It doesn't look quite right for me. But there are people that rock these all the time. And I got to say, the block text I did here, the RGB face, it comes out super clean. I used to have a tiny RGB on the back, but I switched it to just some text. It looks better because this is subtle. This is not bright colored. This is just a really subtle Braithorn on the back. And yeah, the Let's Go Nerds on the front. It comes out super sick looking. Oh, also you can do donos here, but I don't do them. My dono link is to the Stream Elements one, not this. Also, I put the famous RGB sticker as the name for this. It's not famous. It's not. And don't go putting these don't go vandalize with these. Put these on like your PC case or something if you want, I guess. But yeah. But I really like the holographic Vaporwave Sunset one. That one's just super sick. I really like it. I can't even tell y'all how long I spent designing that because I made everything in this other than RGB, which of course was designed and drawn by my girlfriend. With my prompts, basically, I was like, hey, what do I have a purple bee with stripes? That's like, yeah, that was me. That was my input. And then some feedback after. This is V2 of RGB, by the way. There's an older version if you look at my old videos. But everything in here I did from scratch. I mean, I didn't make the font myself, but all the effects and everything in the Vaporwave Sunset, I made all that stuff. It was it's simple, but effective. Graphic design is my passion. Putting them on rental LAN party PCs. Got it. Cool. Great. Thanks. Is it risky to sell stickers? Like, can I get in trouble if someone does something like that? Will they think it was me? You know what? I'll just take a screenshot of what you just said. There you go, Chris. Awesome. Thank you. I'll see you in court. I'm kidding. I have... I don't know. How about this? I want to check out... So this is the company that I've worked with them in the past of just getting a couple of their desk mats. They sent them to me. I gave one away. I kept one. I just talked about them. I put it in like a Gleam giveaway. This was one of my first giveaways ever. But this is Epic Desk. And what they do is very cool. They get actual artists to design these. So these are actually actual artists, creators, things like that. to design these. Every mat comes with a matching high resolution wallpaper, so you can match it for your setup. They've probably added more stuff. You can go check out all the artists for these. They have series. They have collaborations with content creators and stuff. Some of these designs are so sick. This is the one I actually have. The Snowveil Kitsune desk mat by Matt Miller. And they gave this to me at TwitchCon. Well, I ran into them while I was leaving. And I was like, yo, I used to talk to the founder. He's a cool dude. And this is such a dope desk mat. Like, I love this thing. But this is a $50 desk mat. A good amount of that goes to the artist, of course. The quality of it is the nicest desk mat I have ever felt. Like, it's thick. It is machine washable, natural rubber bottom that is color matched as well to the rest of it. It's the dopest desk mat I have. And I have my own desk mats that from way in the past. Okay. This is the best that I have. So I was thinking about talking to them about doing one for the community. It might be better to hold that off until maybe the channel grows a little more, but you guys would probably like it. It's just, I don't think they do print to order. I think they do because they ship worldwide, and they do, it's in 5 to 7 business days. They're not printing these to order. It would be a large production thing. I would have a room full of these boxes, if anything, and I have to like pay a bunch up front. Like, I can't do that. Now, if I go through some other places, I have some contacts that I can probably reach out to that might have a better option. For instance, I know the founder of Gallery Panda, the owner of Gallery Panda. I do know them. Then they make amazing designs, and they do desk mats. They do all the stuff. It's just, of every desk mat I've ever felt, this is the most premium one. But is that the right option? Like, is that something y'all would want? Who would y'all spend $50 on a freaking RGB desk mat? And I don't mean the colors, I mean the mascot. Okay. That's the thing. It prices a lot of people out of getting it. I don't feel good about that. As much as I love this thing, and I think that we could collaborate on a really cool design. My design, I think, is outdated at this point. The one that I did, I could actually bring that up. Let me find it. Let me find it real quick, then I'll come back to that screen. Should have it in my Dropbox. There we go. I spent so long on this. So freaking long designing this. Oh my God. I think if I knew then what I know now, I know more about Photoshop and Illustrator, it would be less time. But this was the design. There. I'm not blocking part of it now. There you go. Sorry, let me just do this. Here we go. What? No, that's not what. Huh? There we go. I work for a fire agency. I will sneak over to the local police station and put it on their cars. They'll never suspect a thing. Thanks for the lurk, Chris. $50 is cheaper than other creators, and I would pay for a quality product. Cheap, you get what you pay for. True. I use a large mouse pad from Amazon. Can get Black World Globe and several others. 35 by 4 by 15. 35.4 by 15.7 by 1/10 of an inch. Cool. Interesting. But yeah, this is the design that I came up with. I thought it was pretty cool. I spent so long on getting this text to look just right, getting these speed lines looking just right. Like, I can't even tell you. And this glowy line. I made a brush for these sparkles that swirl around the beam of light as RGB is traversing across the desk mat. Like, I spent so long on this. But now that I look at it, I'm like, that's amateur, dude. It's cool. It is cool. I think it is cool in general. But I feel like I could do better now, or I can just pay an actual artist to do it. Thank you, Chris. This was like 4 years ago. I made this art 4 years ago. Yeah. It makes for a super clean desk mat. I will say that. It does look super clean. And when I made it, I was, it was like, first off, I want to go with gray so it matches a white PC setup or a black PC setup. The thing is, the risk is, it's not a dark color, so maybe it will show stains a little easier if you're not careful about that. But the quality was pretty good on these. Like, they were pretty resilient. But then the giant purple bee with a purple beam of light coming out from behind it. It was like, it's a pretty bold design, but back then it generally got praise from people who saw it. And when you see it in a setup, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. This is some old lore right here. This is old Braethorn lore right here. I might have one or two of them completely inaccessible. I don't know where they would be at this point. I would need to find them. But the thing is, you might be like, well, why doesn't he have that desk mat for his desk mat? Because you can't get it. Why would I show you merch you can't get? You know? And there's also a little history behind it. So. Alexander PC days. Different company. But yes, it was early Alexander PC as well. But that's not who I got them through. We will leave it at that. I have a desk mat that was like INR 200, so like $2. Oh, cool. Corsair gray duplicate. I grew up using random books or magazine I had laying around. I think we've all been there. They're with the Jane hat. What do you mean? What does that mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you mean by that? He's like, oh God, I went deaf. The hat is so insulated I can't even hear the things in my ears. Yeah, I found it. I need to see. I don't know. It's actual wool yarn. I don't know how to wash this, but it needs a washing. Well, I still don't have the point redemption on. I had it in the background whenever I had what's it called? A little guy. I had it in the background for a bit, and y'all didn't notice it. For a few streams, it was in the background. Yeah, when I was living in DC for a couple years, I had a PC, but I didn't have a desk. I was rooming with a friend of mine that was also from Texas who had moved up there, who was like, "Hey, come up here. There's work everywhere, and it's good up here, and like it's so nice. There's 4 seasons, which is great." But I had like a bed and a computer, and I just worked all the time. But like I could game, I could play video games on my computer. I would just like sit on the edge of my bed, and I had a box for it was crazy. So I've had all kinds of setups. But what's up, Lux? How's it going? I forgot to tell Chris about AMD. Chris, I got to visit the labs at AMD last week. If you can hear me while you're lurking, it was really fun and surreal. It was pretty cool. We are simple creators and don't complain as long as we have our toys. True. It's all right, you? Good, good, good. I will say this. I have a video that we're editing right now. I don't feel like I'm feeling some anxiety lately. Like I don't feel like I made enough content around the holidays, like I usually do every year. It's just been like that. I have CES coming up, and a lot of plans are still in the air. It's only 3 weeks away. 3 weeks away. Yeah, not 4. That would be a month, and it's not a month away. It starts January 6th. That's day 1, and I like to get there before that because it's usually like media days before that. What am I doing? What am I doing? So I'm pretty stressed out these days, but it's a good kind of stress because I get to do this for a living. I constantly remind myself of that. That's how I deal with it. Also, by buying unnecessary things like new purple XLR cables. Don't know if y'all noticed that. Who caught that? Anybody notice this? I thought somebody would mention it. Nobody mentioned it. This looks a little... It's not... It looks like it's tight. It's not. See? I need to manage this better. It's not good cable management, honestly. And like, I don't like showing that text on there. So I need to like twist it around a little bit. Do whatever I gotta do. Man. These Phantasmal Flames packs are calling to me. Phantasmal Flames, I had some really good pulls from that. But I haven't helped anybody. I opened these after I helped somebody. I haven't helped a single person tonight. 10 streams. Look at that. You've been streaming pretty regularly. Probably lose my streak when you have mini streams at CES, etc. Well, just here's what you do, Lux. Just leave a tab open on my channel. You'll be good to go. I didn't think it was new, just part of a rotation. I might rotate certain tech. I don't rotate cables. Thankfully, that would be a lot. That would be a lot. Because I have to route this, and the routing, I love this mic arm. The AverMedia mic arm is this is the big chonker that they have. This is an extension, by the way. They don't come like this. Usually the mic would be down here. That doesn't, obviously that doesn't work for me. But the cable management on it is kind of annoying. Like there's these things that just fit over. Actually, I could kind of probably move that up a little bit. There's these things that like just lock in, and they're actually really hard to lock in. That only works if you don't raid, but I can try. Well, when I'm out there, I can't raid from my mobile, from my smartphone. I can't raid from that. So you would be good to go. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying you have to, but if you want to keep that streak going, that's all. If someone says if you're saying that, imagine that in some way, marginally or otherwise, it matters to you, then I can accommodate that. You can raid with a channel command. I'm not going to have another phone with me. I'm going to have just my smartphone there, and it's going to be running a non-Twitch streaming app. So I would have to have a way to type something in chat or a mod to do it. Besides which, I'll be honest, I'm not expecting a ton of viewership in those off-hours random IRL streams, which are probably going to get cut off by things like my phone overheating, although I do have something for that. I honestly should make a video about my IRL streaming setup that I'm building because it's actually kind of sick. But I even have something to cool I have cooling for my phone. But when I was streaming at Micro Center, And I wasn't with Emmett, who basically was just streaming from his phone on a phone gimbal, which was great. That DJI gimbal is really, really good. I just, because of my hand shaking, I have to use my Osmo Pocket 3. It's complicated to connect that to your phone, but I found a way. So I'm doing this monopod or body mounted. I can do it monopod, or I can mount it to myself, where I'm going to have my phone right here. I have like a belt thing and some straps that'll hold it there, and hold up the camera in front of me without me having to hold it, which is just awesome. It's crazy. I can't wait. I don't know. I can't wait for y'all to see this stuff. But I don't have a separate phone for I don't even know how I'm going to read chat. How am I going to do this? I just thought of that. The thing is, I might have somebody with me. To do camera work and stuff. This was unexpected, but absolutely a welcome surprise, because Manny, or Sega, as some of y'all might remember him, because he's been in some older content. He's just a super cool dude. He used to help out with some shows. He went with me to like PAX West. He's been in, I think, a couple little videos here and there, things like that, when I'm on travel stuff. He was back when I was in this Team Excluded thing way back in the day. He was a major part of that. And he's just a good friend. And he was like, he started a family. He got out of the game for a while in content creation. He's getting back. He wants to get back into it. So I'm like, and also he usually flies for free because he works for the airline. So that's his day job. So I'm like, come to CES. I'll just get a bigger Airbnb. Backpack, laptop streaming. Power requirements too great and also unnecessary. I hope the stream is not full of you breathing into the mic on stream. May. I know better than that. I know how to set up a microphone. We're okay. I'm just going to have the wireless mic right here, or I'll have the head-worn microphone. It'll be fine. This isn't an idea, but now I'm wondering if you can stream from Meta glasses. Well, the thing about this camera right here, the Osmo Pocket 3, is I can click it 3 times and it'll swing around to me. And that way I can be on the stream and also show you guys what I'm seeing. And in the app that I'm using, I could even do picture-in-picture. So I can have something like this of the camera from the phone facing me, as I have the Osmo Pocket 3 pointing wherever I want it to. The problem is having it follow me. So I could have the Osmo Pocket 3 be this little window, so it tracks my face as I show you other stuff with my cameras, my phone's camera. Wow, I was flipping those around. There are a lot of possibilities with the Camera Live app that I'm using, and I'm trying to explore all of them, including multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So one thing that might happen, because when I streamed from Micro Center, I was really trying it out for the first time, going live like that for the first time. So I just streamed to Twitch to keep it simple. I'm going to try doing multi-streaming. I have it to where everything runs off of these big batteries that I have. So things staying charged up, not a problem. Where the problem comes in is the fact that running, of course, tons of mobile data, or if I'm on Wi-Fi, right, on my phone, while also encoding a stream and then uploading that stream and charging at the same time is so much heat that my phone felt like liquid hot magma at Micro Center. I also had it in a sling bag rather than having it out and breathing and cooling down. It was so bad when the stream finally ended. It crashed because it lasted for a while like that, surprisingly enough. It was so bad. TJ was maybe partially joking, maybe fully joking, I don't know, about making me a liquid-cooled IRL streaming setup. I don't know how we would do that. But no, Tenmei, you've heard how my microphone sounds when I do unboxings and PC builds, the head-worn microphone. That's what it's going to sound like. The only thing I have to figure out is how am I going to get the sounds of other people in that if they're not that close to the microphone? So I might have to walk around with my handheld microphone. We'll see. But what I was saying was, what I was going to say, Lux, when you were talking about rating, I don't think, because these are going to be off-hour streams, I'm going to do them as I can, that kind of thing. I don't think it's going to be a lot of viewership for those. And when there's like 15 people or more, sure, I'm always down to raid. But if it's like 5, 6 people, I'm probably not going to raid. And just, you know, that's fairly normal, I think. We'll see how many people there are. I couldn't. The thing is, when I was rating it, when I was streaming at Micro Center, I couldn't even see how many people were there. I don't have all of these screens. But yeah, streaming from Meta Glasses, Lux, would be pretty cool, as you were mentioning. That would be pretty dope. It's just, I don't know how I would constantly keep them charged, which is something I require if I'm going to be streaming from CES, because I plan on going for as long as my equipment will allow. Yeah, I just got an email from CES. 3 weeks until CES. Oh, God. Every time CES or Computex are coming up, my email, my business email is flooded. Because if you sign up, even if it was 2 years ago and you've never gone to the event after that, 2, 3 years ago, you've never... Your email is given out to all of the different companies or brands that are going to be attending the event, and they're free to market to you to go come see us, yada yada. Do y'all know? Do y'all have any idea how many of these emails have AI in the title? It's disgusting. I think my first CES might have been 2022. I think it was 2022. 2023. Sorry, it was 2023, probably. I don't know. That year, everything said metaverse. And I was like, ugh. Yeah, remember metaverse? You remember that? Yeah, you remember that. Little blast from the past. Core memory unlocked. The next year, that was gone. And it was replaced with everything saying AI. CES 2023 or 2024. 2024? Man, I don't even know how many times I've gone at this point. 2 or 3 or 4. It was 3 or 4. I think 3. And my 4th one's coming up. My thought at that time was it would be another thing, another flash in the pan thing, another trend that would go away the next year. It hasn't gone away. This is going to be the 3rd year in a row. Every single email, every single booth, except for like the keyboard manufacturers and like yada yada, the peripherals, things like that. Yeah, they're not going to say a bunch of stuff about AI unless they find a way to do it. Like, it's the pressure for these companies to have those 2 stupid letters in some kind of their copy or somewhere in their copy, somewhere in their booth, whatever, is ridiculous. It's like, you must be this tall. You must have these 2 letters to ride this ride. AI is more useful than VR. Beat Saber is still fun, though. VR is not meant to be useful. But, Lux, you'd be interested to hear this. I missed this because I overslept when I was in Austin, of course. It's hard for me to do stuff early in the morning, and this is pretty early in the morning. But one thing I was going to do with the Splave PC crew was they went to this thing that was a VR luxury property tour. This is something luxury real estate companies are doing now, where you can do a VR tour of any luxury property in the country that they can sell you, that they have on well, how do they do for real estate? Is it consignment? Whatever they do, I don't know. I don't know real estate. And the guys went. They were blown away with how good it was. Like, they were so impressed with this like $18 million home or whatever they were given a tour of, mansion, whatever it was. Like, they were like, that place looked beautiful. I was like, VR is a lot of things. Beautiful is not usually one of them. But really? I mean, it's not Half-Life Alyx, like peak VR, right? But okay. So VR can have usefulness. It can have some usefulness, but it's really not much of the point of VR. VR is niche entertainment. That's all it was meant to be. AI does have some usefulness, but the problem is, like many things that have some uses and can have some benefits, whenever something's overhyped, it leads to hate. People hate it when it's way over. And AI, there are few things in the history of the tech industry that have been more overhyped than AI. Metaverse was probably more overhyped because nothing really came of it, and it was an absolute dog water product, whatever the product was. AI has more useful stuff than Metaverse can ever have dreamed, but that's a low bar. That is the lowest bar. Metaverse sucked. That was my first CES experience. Metaverse this, Metaverse that. Shut up! You'd be gone in 2 months, whatever your Metaverse product is. Nobody cares. AI, not so much. Because of how much more general the term is and misused. Like 60%, 70% of these AI products that they're talking about are just algorithms. It's not artificial intelligence, just algorithms. Most AI is some algorithm or another. We don't have AGI. There's no artificial general intelligence. When people think of AI, future, blah, 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 what they're thinking of is AGI. Because the term AI got so overused, they had to come up with a new term, artificial general intelligence. You don't have to give it prompts. Oh, I mean, you can start it off with one, but it can go on its own from there. It has a general intelligence. That doesn't exist yet. Maybe quantum computing will be the breakthrough. I don't freaking know. I would honestly enjoy Tourist Trap VR, where I can see things without all the people in the way. Yeah. Lux, I saw pictures of the room that they were in. They took pictures of, like, they were all like lined up with tons of space. And they had these rafters. At every junction point was a lighthouse for tracking. There were hundreds in this giant room they had. So that it wasn't your typical lighthouse, right? Like your typical, what is it? Steam Index or Oculus Rift old lighthouses. These were precision, a grid on the ceiling. And it just tracked insanely well. If you have some multi-millionaire or billionaire or whatever who's looking at one of these insane properties, they don't want the screen door effect. You can't afford for them to get motion sickness from touring your luxury property. So they spent, I don't know, like millions and millions and millions of dollars on this setup. And apparently it's already paid for itself, for what I understand. Crazy stuff. I wish I hadn't missed that. CFS strikes again. Sucks. Oh, also, I forgot to... I need to get the higher res version of this. And I downloaded the VOD. But a quick reminder that this is likely going to be the next emote. And this was from the stream at Emmett's place when I was building his PC. And I, like an idiot, I was like, he has a thing where you can spend bits and gamble on a 1 in 10 chance that he has to eat a bean, the jelly bean, the gross ones. They're the every flavor beans or whatever. So some are good, some are gross, and they have matching colors or whatever. And so he got 2. Someone did it, and they won. So he got 2 that were the same color. And I think I got burnt rubber. And it was one of the grossest things I've ever tasted. So this is a new emote right there. And I think this is the perfect time in the industry for me to add this to the list of emotes. Every time I talk about Ramageddon and hardware prices, y'all can just drop these in chat and commiserate with me. We can all be disgusted with the industry together. This, I'm just going to call this emote AI. Perfect. Mr. Hotshots. I ordered PC of Alexander last week, Black Friday. Super excited about it. Hopefully I get your custom RGB fan I requested. Hopefully I get it. Those were printed by a community member. They only made, I think, a dozen of them. And those were for the first dozen systems if people requested them. As far as I know, those ran out really fast. But it is just a 3D printable object. If anything, I can see if Dan, the person who made them, can maybe share the file in the Discord. I don't know. He made it himself, so I don't know. Would work for core parking too. Yeah. Yeah. I talked to the AMD engineers a long time about that. They know how I feel about core parking now. And it's a limitation they're very familiar with. Jeff's trains. I should have bought into the VR scene also, starting with Meta Pro. Have the 3 now, and yeah, I love the 3. The Pro, not worth it. The 3, pretty much just as good. I think the screens are a little bit lower res. I don't know, a little bit lower resolution. Maybe I don't think so. They both use pancake lenses, which will affect things like brightness and maybe FOV. The Meta Vision 3, whatever, it's really good. I have that. That's the one I use. I had the 2. The 3 is way better than the 2. But yeah, Hotshots, congratulations on that PC. That is an absolutely fantastic deal, especially considering how the prices of RAM exploded. That kind of deal could not exist if we were trying to make it right now. It would be hundreds of dollars more. So you did good. I'm genuinely proud of that PC. And it's really fun that I got to go out to Chicago and build a couple of them on stream. That was really fun. It was really nice to be, you know, in TJ's stomping grounds. It was like a 1-day trip. I was meant to be there 2 full days. I ended up only being able to be there 1 full day and then leaving. Like, I flew up there, got there late. We did the whole thing the next day. And then I left the following day. God, that was a tiring trip because we streamed for so many hours building 2 PCs. Yeah, it was a super deal compared to everything else. Thanks for the great YouTube video. You're very welcome. If anything, like if anyone is like, so what's in your PC? Send them the almost hour-long video talking about every component. That I've done other collab PCs before. I have never had the opportunity to do anything like that. I was able to choose all the parts when I did the one from Skytech, the 2 PCs from Skytech the previous year, but I didn't have the chance to make the full videos talking about all the parts because even leading up to Black Friday, we were still trying to lock in certain ones where they were trying to make sure they had enough. It was really cool to do the build stream though. And during the build stream that I did last year, I was able to talk about all the parts, but that was an 11-hour long stream. Ain't nobody watching that after the fact. Nobody watching that VOD. The 1-hour video, I was able to really lay into it and talk about every single component. It was so cool. Really proud of that PC. Did you get any upgrades for it? Or did you go with the base model? The base model kind of works for everybody. But I'm curious as to whether you changed anything up on it. Here, this, I'm going to just pop out of existence here, but you still have my face to look at. There you go. Okay. All right, you know what? Wake up, chat. Oh, there's an ad right now. Oh, there's almost an ad. Okay, snoozing it. Will 5 minutes be enough? I have another snooze. I just need to remember that it's coming up. Wake up, chat. We're going to open up more packs before I end the stream. I want to get these 3 packs that I bought today opened up. So all I have to do in the next streams is just Mega Evolutions. 64 gigs. What are you doing with the PC? Are you doing like video editing or anything like that? Well, you went with the 9800X 3D, so I imagine not. I have gotten complimented a couple of times with the fact that like I have chat over here, so it looks like I'm reading it as it pops up. Well, I guess if I had it on the bottom screen, that would be even more accurate because I'd be like that, and the chat pops up and I'm responding to it right there, right here. But you know, my chat monitor's up there. All I need is an AI video of Braythorn speaking Klingon looking angry. Tanmay, how about I just learn a sentence in Klingon and just do that for real? Okay, future proofing and maybe videos. Okay. The problem is right now. So fun fact. If you bought it on Black Friday, you're probably okay. No problem. It's people who bought it after who are running into this. So TJ had some kits of 64 gigs already. So for some of the orders from Black Friday, no problem. He had to order more kits of RAM because a lot of people went with the 64 gigs that didn't need to. 32 gigs if you're just gaming. Unless you're playing terrible games like Escape from Tarkov. Sorry if you love Escape from Tarkov, but the memory leaks are a problem that should have been fixed a couple of years ago. Okay. 32 gigs will play any game, anytime, forever. Not forever. For the foreseeable future. Okay, I can't say it like that. For a long time. Probably well past the Ramageddon that we're going through. Several SIs went through this, where distributors canceled their orders for RAM, basically held it hostage for more money because they can. Smaller SIs are getting price gouged right now by scumbag distributors that they like before the prices have reached these points that they're at now. They were way ahead of it, charging way more to smaller SIs because they don't have the leverage of being the biggest SIs, the high volume sellers, who can just fall back on the amount of stock they already have. High volume sellers have shelves of RAM, like ready to go. So that has caused some delays for people who ordered after December 1st, pretty much. And you know who ends up looking bad? Alexander PCs and other smaller SIs. Boutique SIs. There you go. That's how I feel about that. Right there. That expression says it all. Here, let's just make that bigger. Here we go. That's that expression right there. That's how I feel. So, consider, like, if they tell you anything, like, if your PC is affected by that, like they're like, hey, there's going to be a delay because we're waiting on RAM, and they're not going to go out and necessarily say the real dark side of that it's being held hostage by distributors. But if they say there's any delays with it, consider saying, hey, can I downgrade to the 32 gigs? You can even edit video on 32 gigs of RAM by just using proxies. It's very possible to do that, depending on what you're editing. If you're just making TikToks or something, you don't even need 64 gigs. It's wasted money. But TJ did his best to offer the best upgrade price he could. $200 to go from 32 gigs to 64 is insane in this market. Just bonkers. And it's rough. It's rough for smaller SIs right now. They're going to feel the pain of this way before the big SIs do. Thanks. I'll consider that. They emailed me about that. Okay. I promise you, you do that, you're going to get your PC sooner. Okay. I guess I can't promise you. What I was told was like, hey, this is what we're having the issue with. You should get it sooner if you do that. Shit. That's what I'll say. Consider it. Talk to them about it. See what they say. Like they have a micro center 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 30 minutes away, something like that, 45 minutes away. He can't even just go there and get a good deal on RAM. Micro Center is in this I'm looking at the wrong camera again. Micro Center is in the same spot. Not necessarily the same as, you know, distributors. They are a major seller of hardware, but like prices are up everywhere. Everywhere. And TJ was like, I'm really trying to keep the base price where it is, but upgrades, the price has to go up on upgrades. I'm actually going to go check if he did it. I hope he did. Because he needs to. I don't want him losing, like making negative money on our collab PC. Like that's not fair to them. Alexander PCs is the most like positively reviewed SI in our community for years and years running. As in how well they've taken care of members of our community and their other customers. Do we want to lose that? No. No, no, no. We don't. And they're just good people too. Okay, good. So here's what I told him. I told him to do this, by the way. So the base price, I told him like a week ago, raise the base price to reflect RAM prices. That is a fair thing to do. Also, it's past Black Friday. The previous price, look at that as the Black Friday price. That's what it was. And now going up to 64 gigs is still $200. That's not accurate to the price difference. It's like now a $400 upgrade. But the thing is, this means Alexander PCs is eating $200 of costs on 64 gigs. Like TJ is that's too good. That's too nice of him. We don't want them to be losing money. That's how a business has to shut their doors. And there goes like how the industry is being super hard on boutique builders right now. It's not cool, man. That is a vast understatement. Here you go. No, that's not the right thing. Hold on. There you go. Hold on. That's all of us right now. For those who got it as a Black Friday deal, it's just not going to get any better than that. Like you did it. You did a good job. You made a good choice. You watched it. I mean, I basically put out as much information as I could to make sure people who were getting that understood they were getting an amazing deal. You know, I got comments where people were like, oh, you could get a PC with this CPU and this GPU for less money. Yeah. The other parts, though, there's other things that make a computer. And if you put in more expensive parts, it's a more expensive computer. You can't build this thing for this price. It costs more to build it yourself. No, you can get an Alienware. Go get your Alienware. Let me know how that works out. Those suck. You're getting a proprietary power supply and motherboard. Yay. Oh, but the screw holes line up with an ATX case. Yeah, try hooking up a different power supply. Let me know how that works out. I shouldn't honestly be mean to people who just don't understand. It's just that they come in and say, don't support this small business. Give your money to Dell. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. That's a great concept. Support the big corporation. They'll definitely be loyal to you because it's cheaper. Because the parts are cheaper. The parts are cheaper. Of course they are. Also, they sell at a much higher volume. They can have a lower profit margin. A boutique builder, it's like going to a 3 Michelin star restaurant where there are artists there. It will be a life-changing experience for you. You will remember it for the rest of your life. Or you go to Applebee's, eat good in the neighborhood, and it'll just be another Wednesday. There's nothing wrong with Applebee's, I guess. That's fine. If that's like you prioritize that, I'm not going to judge you for that. I mean, if you get an Alienware, I will judge you. Fair warning. This is a threat. I will judge you. But like Skytech makes great PCs. They have solid customer support. iBuyPower, solid customer support, makes quality PC. But it's, it's not art. That's a boutique builder. If you don't care about that, you're right. It's not for you. Totally fine. Dude, I talk about Skytech all the time. They have great deals. They do. And if you want to min-max your performance, I have videos focused on that because it's valid. But OEMs, nah, dude, nah. There are objective downsides to OEM builds. And coming into my comment section and being like, but it's cheaper. Yeah. And if your power supply goes bad, you can't just go and buy a new one and have your buddy replace it for you or whatever. You better buy that extended warranty they wanted to try to force onto you because that's part of their script. I'm all over the place with this. I just want to make clear. There's no right or wrong answer when it comes to prioritizing whether you care about just getting the best CPU and GPU you can, okay, for your budget. There's no right answer or wrong answer for that. That's why I say in my videos, like, this is meant to be general. Like, it's not financial advice. You have to decide for yourself. Like, what is your priority? But in a video about a boutique builder, coming in and saying, I don't understand boutique builders. Check out this deal on this from this OEM that is cheaper. I'll go to Costco. That's not what people who want from something from boutique builder they're not gonna have the same values as you, and that's okay. It's just silly because the people in those comments don't have that same attitude. They're like, don't buy this crap. What do you mean crap? It's a beautiful PC with awesome components. Like, seriously. Deadscum, what's up? Sorry. Maybe they had some already in stock so they can wear it until they need to restock from wholesalers. Who is they? I get, you probably put that earlier, and I was in the middle of my rant, and that's how that goes. Exactly. I like to know what's in my PC. Yes. Nobody wants to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah. 100%, especially for a beloved boutique builder. I had a critical BIOS issue, and Liz helped me in only a few minutes after sending an email. They're great people. Mr. Hotshots, there's someone in the YouTube chat that is right there talking about their awesome experience they had with Alexander PCs. Few minutes. Now, of course, remember, for a boutique builder, that is a small business. That means there's no overseas 24/7 helpline because you're getting help from somebody not overseas. They're right there in that building where the PC was built. You can actually sometimes catch TJ if you email. You can sometimes TJ will answer emails after hours, things like that. But he's just a guy. At that point, he's at home with his family. It's a small business. But the help you get is priceless. Don't go there. There are always people saying that. Don't go there where? In the comments? Supercharging K cars is a thing. Doesn't mean it's going to be for everyone. True. That was in relation to RAM pricing. Yeah. Well, I did say what happened with Alexander PCs, and some other boutique builders. It's like so many people ordered the Begenair system, the collab PC that I did with Alexander PCs, that they ran out of RAM kits. And they were waiting on their other order, and then that other order was. This is something distributors are doing to multiple boutique builders, small companies, small businesses, where the orders are placed, the stock is paid for, and they're like, we're canceling your order. It's going to cost you an additional so many hundreds or thousands of dollars to get your order of RAM, depending on the volume of the order, obviously. This should be illegal. This should be illegal once you have an order. The money has been wired. It is paid for. Like, this is actual scam. Like, oh, you gave me money for this thing. Guess what? You're not getting the thing. We still have your money. If you give us more money, you can get the thing. That is like blueprint for a scam. I've thought about maybe I should do a video on this. The thing is, you don't do a video on something like that unless you have a lot of proof and a lot of information. I haven't dug for any of that. But this is the kind of thing they were doing with 50 series earlier this year. I kid you not. I saw messages, something that was leaked from an internal chat within a distributor company, where they said, put all orders on hold, inform customers that they will get pricing in messages or emails, meaning the price changes, because they knew demand for 50 series was going to be insane. This is when tariffs were happening too. Tariffs were starting to happen, but it was with stock that was already in the country. So that they had not been affected by tariffs, but they were like, cancel those orders or put them on hold, give them new pricing. And it meant that each customer was going to get unique pricing based on favoritism, based on what they knew that company could afford. This was a leaked message from the same distributor that just did this thing with the RAM. And who gets the blame? The SI, the small business, gets the blame. I wasn't able to make content at the time that was happening, or I would have done a video on that, because there was leaked messages. In fact, there's a few people who posted the leaked message on Twitter. That was a failure on my part. There was a lot of stuff going on in 2025 when I wasn't making content, where content would have helped people, and I couldn't make it. I'm still trying to come to terms with that. 2026 is going to be worse, and I am locked in. I'm locked in. We're going to get through 2026 together. Exactly. Class action, perhaps. It would be good, I think. It might be the move for them. But the problem is, there are times in which the judicial system, when it comes to B2B, where the benefit is it sort of leans towards the sort of the accused, I guess you could say. B2B legality stuff is very dubious. I wouldn't say dubious. It's a bit of a minefield from my understanding. It's not as simple as consumer to business or business to consumer. Well, yeah, consumer to business class action is different. Consumer protections are there. A business is not really a consumer. The consumer is at the end of that chain. When you're trying to do legal stuff between links in that chain, that higher up in it, bit more of a gray area. But if there are contracts in place, that is black and white. So I don't know enough. Oops, wrong screen, although appropriate. I don't know enough to speak on that. Don't go there. There are always people saying that it was in context about unaware people comparing Dells with custom builds. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, I got mad there. Y'all got to understand, like, if you want to know what companies have the people that are most like the enthusiast, you guys, the enthusiasts, that are actually just enthusiasts at these companies, it's the boutique builders, obviously. Like, that's the place where they're prioritizing, putting attention to every build. Every PC is built by one technician, start to finish. I'm not just kidding. I'm not kidding when I say, like, they see it as art. Like, they're putting together masterpieces. And for many, like for people, for their customers, there's a price on that. It's still priceless to them. It's difficult to quantify, really, the value of that, because value is subjective. But then you have people who don't value that. And they come in and say, you shouldn't value this either. Like, yeah, that computer's cheaper. It's also cheaper. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? All right, I'm opening this. It's going to make me feel better. Maybe. Phantasmal Flames is really good. All right, let's rip a pack of Phantasmal Flames. I got 3 of them. I'm probably just gonna maybe we'll do 3, maybe we'll just do 1. Let's see how hot this is. Let's see how it does. What did I do with RGB? Where did he go? Where are you, buddy? I was just holding it like a second ago. Help! Somebody help me. I lost my friend. There he is. Okay. It's my phone. All right. Bless it, buddy. Come on. All right, let's see how we do. Oh, those rip really nice. That ripped real nice, guys. Phantasmal Flames. I forgot if it's just 1. We'll just do 1. Okay, basic energy. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay. 8 palm. All right, Palmo. Let's zoom in a bit. Shaking should stop in a second. And not my shaking, just the camera. Okay, Palmo. Gloom. It's almost weird to see the cards in English again after Mega Dreams. Dugong. Dizzying Valley. Mamoswine looking intimidating there. Meloetta. Oh, we got the... Wait. Oh, cool. So we got the Palmo, and then its evolution, Palmot. Nice. Sacred Charm. I like to get hollow or foil items. That's cool. And... Ooh, Mega Lopunny EX. I love that. That is a sick card. I like that a lot. I didn't have this one yet. Another one for the EX collection. Love it. Mega Lopunny. Very, very cool. Very cool. You know what? Let's keep it going. I got these 3 today, and it was, let's just keep that going. Let's just finish those up. Huh. Tanmay, you might want to subscribe, actually. You've been here long enough. That's really weird. Okay, second pack. Let's see how we do. I will say these open a lot easier than the Japanese Mega Dreams packs. Those are sealed like crazy, which is good, I would say. Okay, so the one card pack trick that worked. So we'll do that again. All right, RGB, give it to kids. There you go. I don't know. I don't have anything set for doing this, so that works too. He's just peeking in. He's checking it out. He's going to see how we do. Okay, got another basic energy. Sandile. Piplup. I need more starters. This is good. I didn't think I had one yet. Zigzagoon. Misdreavus. For those who don't know, I'm trying to put together the entire national Pokédex. So I need all 1,025 Pokemon. Punk Helmet. Good item. Like Rocky Helmet, essentially. Cresselia. Another one for the Legendary Collection. Normal card. Don't care. I just want every Legendary in one binder. Lanoon. Lotad. That's going to replace my other non-holo Lotad. Bronzor. And Miss Magus EX. Nice. Look at Sparkle. Look at Sparkle. So far, EX in both. I think that is something for Phantasmal Flames. That's good. All right. Last one. Breathe heavily upon this. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, RGB. Appreciate it. All right. Oh, cool. We have a Mega Lopunny here. Maybe that will be... maybe we'll get the full art Mega Lopunny. Piplup is great. I know you've been subscribed, Tanmay. You've been here forever, and you have to be subscribed to chat, so I don't know what's going on with that. You might have gotten logged out. Maybe you're in incognito mode. Who knows? On your browser. For those who are just seeing me do this for the first time, it's something I'm adding to my PC content on streams, just for fun. And if you see my hand shaking, it's just essential tremors. It's normal for me. Ooh, that's a little crease in that. Hope it doesn't affect any of the cards. Nope, that looks good on the back. Do our one card pack trick and rock and roll. Let's see what we got. I literally just said rock and roll unironically. How about that? Swinub. Bolton. Baneri. Already had that. Bramblin. I don't think I had a Bramblin yet. Bronzong. We just pulled one of those earlier, I think. Grimsley's Move. Okay. Supporter card. Paldean Tauros. Already had one of these. I didn't have the hollow one of that. What? That's... But it was just here, then it's... But that's better. Okay, cool. Seal. Already had one, but okay. Okay, I don't know if I have the hollow. And... a Moltres. I don't have Moltres yet, so I have a hollow Moltres for my my legendary collection now. Nice. Got one of the Burbs. It's not a crazy card. I don't care about rarity when I'm just trying to get all, like, I'm trying to get the whole Pokedex. Rarity does not matter. And also, I'm not here, like, we're just trying to build a Pokedex here. These are sick, though. Both of these. It's cool seeing two different kinds of EX styles. This, like the spot gloss on Mega Lopunny EX, and then the entire sparkling EX style with the streaks of hollow as well on Miss Magus EX. Very cool. Very cool cards. Okay, that was cool. It was nice to get a little bit more Phantasmal Flames in. Just a reminder of what we pulled earlier. Because this was a moment, all right? If you weren't here for this, I want you to see what happened earlier. Because it was absolutely sick. So what I was doing was I had a whole box of these Japanese Mega Dreams EX cards, which are coming to the States in English as... what's it going to be called? It's going to be called Ascended Heroes in late January. But you could get, even though this thing says for sale in Japan only, as you see right there at the bottom, card stores here have them. It wasn't a crazy price. It was 10 packs in there. I picked it up, and we got some absolutely sick cards from it. Some really, really good. Every pack had an EX. Every pack, and that's how it's supposed to be. In this one, we got what? We got Frostlass EX, which is... Frostlass is a great Pokemon. I was super happy to get that. And what other EX did we get? Well, we've gotten stuff like... Let me see. What else? Oh, that was Tapu Koko. I got that Tapu Koko earlier. That's another Holo Legendary that I didn't have. I need to sleeve that for that binder. Where are the other EXs that I got in? There's just a lot of Holos for one thing, but need to sleeve those. Where did I put them? Bear with me. Just bear with me a little bit. I will find where I put them. Because we finished that set, like those 10 packs of that set that I got, I kind of want to find where I put those just so we can close it out, essentially, is what I'm trying to do. Okay, I don't know where I put them, but we got a lot of EXs out of that. But I want to show you. So what they told me when hold on, let's bring this. There we go. So what they told me when I bought that box was every pack has an EX and you're guaranteed a full art rare in the box. We did a little better than that. These are upside down. Hold on. I'll show you in a second. There we go. We got not one, not two. We got 5 full art rares. We got this Rotom fan one, which is just super cool. I love Rotom. Rotom is great. This is my favorite Psyduck art I have seen on any card ever. Come on. That's awesome. And this apparently is one of the most popular cards for sale. Like people sell it. Like people are buying these up. It's not a lot of money. It's $15, but it's #1 on the list of cards being bought. Full art cards from this set. And then this Numel just casually walking across a magma field with an active volcano. That's Numel for you, right? Chillin'. This, which was the Signal Jammer in full art, which is super dope. If this is a good card for competitive, this is just cool to have. It's not valuable or anything. And then we got, drum roll, brrr, bam! A Mega Charizard EX, Inferno X. And the best part about this is like my favorite Charizard card ever. And I already knew that. You know how I knew that? Because it matches the English promo card I got before. So I now have both of these, which just feels super cool. Like this came with the Mega Charizard X EX premium box, ultra premium box. This just came with it. It just comes with this like $50 promo card. And this one, the odds of me pulling this, because this is the English card, they have the attack name in Japanese. And on the Japanese card, they have the attack name in English. I now can show that by having both of these. That's so fucking, God, that's so cool. So that wraps it up for Mega Dreams. 5 times the full art cards they were talking about. I'm not saying every box is going to be like that. It's not. But that's just so cool. So this is just all in addition to PC content, talking about computers, yelling about them, really. But I think it's a really fun addition. And I might seek to make more Pokemon content in 2026 alongside my PC content. Maybe on a separate channel. That's going to be it. All right, you got it, Joey. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Jeff's Trains. Whoa. How did I miss this? Hold on. There we go. Bam. Jeff's Trains. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Let's go, nerds. Okay, there you go. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry I missed that while I was just yapping about cards. Hey, it helps towards the next pack. I don't know. I might do something like so chat, here's something that's going on. Throughout my time as a content creator, streamer, yada yada, whenever the holidays come around, depending on what's going on with my family or if we have stuff planned or whatever, there have been times where I've chosen to stream on holidays. Something I understand is like when I was away from family and I didn't have much going on socially, things like that. I would be alone on the holidays and it sucked. And I know what that's like. So there have been times whenever I had the opportunity to, I would stream on a holiday. It is likely that I will be streaming on both Christmas and New Year's evening. Not Christmas, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day evening. The reason is Ari works both of those days. It's an essential job, and they're not closed on. It's a state government job. They're not closed on holidays. They have to be open. So, because of that, it's like till midnight that shift goes currently. So, because of that, we're celebrating Christmas on the 23rd, essentially, as a family. So that means Christmas Eve evening and Christmas evening. At least 8 to 12, I'm going to be streaming if you guys want to come hang out. And I'm thinking on one of those days, we'll just do Pokemon stuff. Maybe play the game, maybe pull some cards, things like that. Maybe if I draw something cool, well, I'll give it away or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. We'll see. This Pokemon stuff's all really new to me. I don't know what's typically done in the Pokemon content space. I'm also very new to it. So, if I do something where I have plentiful amount of packs, if there's a duplicate of something I draw, I'll give that. I'll give that away, something like that. That's unlikely though, so I don't know if that makes any sense. But really the main thing though is just to hang out, because I know the holidays can be really tough for some, and if you don't have a place to hang out, this is where it is. It's right here. New Year's, I don't know. New Year's is less of a thing generally for me than Christmas. It's not the same for everybody else. So New Year's, I'm not sure. At that point, I'm already going to be preparing to head to Las Vegas for CES. I don't know how much streaming I'm going to be doing around CES other than when I'm there, because my priority with this CES, other than some meetings and some sponsored content, is going to be to live stream the thing. So whenever y'all want to check out CES, forget about waiting for videos. You can just come hang out, because I'll be live streaming from there. I'm going to be filming some videos, sending that footage off to Onware for editing. And then, what's up? Hold up. If I'm not mistaken, Shonala Cerberus is raiding with a party of 6. Let's go, nerds. What is up, raiders? Okay, that's a wonderful raid message. Can I have a PC? No. I don't know if I was right by chat, right by the messages when I said that. I hope I was. I don't know. Well, what's up, Shonala and Raiders? How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hold up. We do a little shout out. You missed it. Oh, I just went over it too. I got the craziest pull. I pulled the and not because, money. No, just coincidence. And it's so good. I'll tell you about it in a second. But first, little shouty right there. What were you doing? You were playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Nice. Great benchmark in that. Really good for testing a system. I also played it for a while. I think if I had more time to play it, I would get into it. I didn't though. But Flash Drive 02, thank you for the first time chat. Welcome, Raiders. I appreciate it. Hope you all had a good stream over there. But look, other people in chat, I'm sorry. Shonala is very into the Pokemon thing, so I do have to show this before we... This was the end of the stream. You did come in near the end of the stream, Shonala. I'll be honest with you. You could tell some people were already leaving, things like that. I am sorry. They released the first Elder Dragon today. It's so epic. What, really? Nice. Did you take it down or you're working up to it? But check it out. So, you remember how I told you they told me that this box had basically an EX in every pack and one guaranteed full art? We got this. Ignore the fact that this is a different color. You'll see why in a second. But we got 5 total once I finished it. You took it down. Hell yeah! Congrats. Let's go. You killed that animal, but you probably you're going to use all the parts of it, so that's good. That's good. It was probably a rad experience. I will say, when it comes to like Monster Hunter has cinema down. Like they got the it's so good actually. So we have 5 full art cards that we got. What's this thing peeking out? I'll show you in a second. But let's take a look at these first. So you knew about Psyduck. And this is just my favorite art of Psyduck ever. You knew about Rotom, full art Rotom fan, chilling in the sun. He's great. It's great. That's great. I don't know why I said he's great. It's great. You were there for Numel, I believe, right? Numel casually walking across a magma field, like whatever. And you weren't here for this. This was tonight. This is just the Signal Jammer Tower, whatever it is, in a full art card. I think that's dope. I think that's cool. If it's an item I would use, I would use this full art card just as a flex. But here's the thing. Then I pulled, just before this last pack, this was in the second to last pack, I pulled, hold on. Monster Hunter is my favorite game series. I've been playing it since the first game came to the US. If you do get back into it, I would be ecstatic to play with you. I will consider that. I am Garbo at it, though. You would be carrying 100%. And that's not that great because you basically are talking about raid bosses, right? Like, yikes. But I will consider that. I promise you. So, this is what I pulled in the second to last pack. Freaking Mega Charizard X EX Inferno X. With all the X's here, you'd think they were AMD. But here's the kicker. In the set that I got, the box that I got before I got the Mega Dreams EX was the Charizard, the Mega Charizard X EX Premium Pack. So I have now both the English and the Japanese version of this. How freaking crazy is that? What are the odds that I would have this as a new collector and pull this in the first box of these cards I ever got? So you get to see that how on the Japanese card, the move is in English, and on the English card, the move is in Japanese. I love that detail, and this is like my favorite Charizard card so far. Anyways, I thought you might appreciate that. It's just super cool to see them side by side like that. That's just super dope. I feel like I should get both of them graded just to have them both in slabs next to each other. That's just cool. Anyways, so yeah, I got a total of 5 out of that one box. Like, since I got it at a pretty reasonable price for the 10 packs, like that's not bad actually. Hotshots, thank you very much. Like, I don't know. I want to have these on display somewhere and putting them in a, because I have the regular Mega Charizard X EX card that if I want to play it, I can play that. But like, I don't know. I kind of want to slab these or something just for that. I don't have that in a penny sleeve. I need to get it in a penny sleeve before, like, take it out of the top loader, penny sleeve it up. Anyways, I just wanted to show you that because you've been a part of this journey. You've been here kind of since the beginning. I started doing near the beginning, I think, at least when I started ripping packs. So if only they had RAM chips in the cards, you'd be super rich. Yeah, it's funny when a RAM kit out is reaching the value of a base set Shadowless Charizard. That's like a couple $100,000 if it's a PSA 10. So that's incorrect, but whatever. Oh man. Anyways, well, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry it's near the end of the stream. That's usually what happens to me when I raid. We'll raid out. Let me see who's up. You can tell I went on a little too long because usually I'll have like double the amount of people for a raid, but hey, it doesn't matter. We're still putting those good vibes out there. Oh, well, I know I just rated silver, but silver has agent. I haven't rated has in a while. What is he playing? Binding of Isaac. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll pull a twofer. Since you rated here and you're a mod for silver, we'll do a second raid into silver and just take a break from it for a while to raid other people after that. Okay, how's that sound? Let's do that. As long as that's not weird. It's not weird, is it? That's not weird to raid someone twice in a row. They don't know my stream schedule. They don't know it's twice in a row. You're like, no, show me new streamers. No, I know. There we go. Okay, let's just do that. Got to tell her about the double Charizard. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, really quick. Out of curiosity, the MA on this, on the Japanese card, what does that mean? MA, wherever the stars would be, for the Japanese cards, it has letters. So it says MA. What does that mean? I don't know. Okay. All right, we'll start it up now. And guys, I'll be back on Thursday. There should be a video coming out tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Probably Thursday on the YouTube channel. Don't miss that because we are bringing back the consistent YouTube videos. We're going to be talking about Ramageddon and what you can do about it. Stalkery. It's not dead scum. All right, guys. I'll see you on Thursday. Till then, take care. Thanks again for the raid, Shanala. See you over there.
Let's go, nerds!